All right, all right, all right. Well. You know what time it is. Monday night, live in the Counselor's Corner, streaming from StreamYard, also streaming live from Facebook and YouTube. You have myself, David Lorenzo Glover, and my co-host, Herb Lewis, back for another broadcast. Monday night, live in the Counselor's Corner. So please share, please share the video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. And basically, I'll put that down later. I'll post that. But if you go on the write up for this, the YouTube channel is there. It's like a long bunch of letters, so I'm not going to even get into that. Even or if you just put in the search thing, David Glover, it'll pop up. So last Monday we almost had a 4 hour broadcast on the subject matter emotional affairs. Is it really cheating? So tonight, our main topic will be why do parents put children in their adult business? And I know most people will say they don't do it, but we know it's happening. It's happening too frequent. I just see it and I'm like, why do these kids know so much? And I know firsthand knowledge that they know so much by working in the middle school because they come and tell me this stuff. And I'm like, why do you know this information? And they tell me how they know it and stuff. But we're going to go deeper into that. Now, here are the other two essential talking points. Why have children if you don't plan on raising them? Many people have children and they know damn well like they're not going to raise them because they probably didn't raise the two or three they had before them, but they, keep having them and they leave that issue for someone else to handle, which isn't always fair. And sometimes that usually is a grandparent and that creates issues. So we're going to go further into that as well. And then the second one is women and children can be careless, but not men. What does that mean? So women and children can be careless, but not men. Boy, us men, we have it hard. Y'all don't want to. Y'all don't want to admit that. Well, some of you will, but many of you won't. We have it hard. All right, now I need you to stay seated. I'm going to need you to stay seated for the Can You Solve Herb's Riddle for the $20 Cash App stimulus package. Last week, Amy Desso Maddox, and the champ is here, the eight-time winner, the GOAT of the Can You Solve Herb's Riddle, maybe looking to go on another like 5 week run. And I remember last year toward the end, maybe like in November, she won like 5, 6 weeks in a row. So I think she's probably ready to start blazing like that in 2021. So I guess tonight we'll find out if that's the case. So stay tuned, chime in. The link is posted if you want to come in and join the panel. We welcome you and we're going to have a nice, good show. We also have Rebecca in the studio and I'm going to bring her in. But before we get going on the subject, what's going on, Anwar? I mean, I guess I wouldn't, I wouldn't be right if I didn't say, give a shout out to, it's MLK Day, the late Dr. Martin Luther King, the late great Dr. Martin Luther King. And before we get going, I just want to kind of, ask Herb, Rebecca, what's your take or what's your overall feelings when this day comes every year? Like, what does it mean to you?
Well, I hate that I can't have the day off, and that most people, even though it's a national holiday, most people don't get the day off, a paid day off like you would for Christmas. But right now in this climate, it means a lot to me. I think 2 or 3 days ago, I got on YouTube and actually watched the entire speech that he did during the March on Washington and realized just how appropriate it is right now today. Somebody left a comment on there that that speech needs to just be streamed over TV just nonstop. They just need to keep doing it, and I kind of feel the same way. This year, I spent a lot of time with my daughter trying to become more politically aware and more aware of the whole Black Lives Matter movement and what it really means and what people are really standing for and all that. So today, especially today, it means a lot to me. Um, um, People of color are struggling more now than ever. It's not as hateful as it was when our grandparents and great grandparents are alive, but hate is still hate. So I'm glad to celebrate this day. I would have loved to have been off to see all of the celebrations and whatnot, but I didn't get an opportunity to do that. But makes me feel proud to be a Black woman right now. So
All right.
I'm happy.
Herb.
Man, being in the hospitality and tourism industry, holidays come and go before I even
Yeah.
realize we in the middle of one. And I had shout out to Dr. Dunbar for inviting me on the live stream we had earlier where we actually spoke about politics. I didn't even realize it was today was MLK Day until he said something, and by then it was 11:30. We were well into our earlier podcast. So for me, it's almost like a watershed moment. But the thing that his speech, as Rebecca just alluded to, it always brings to my forethought is the quiet storm and how they would play moments in love over his speech. And I thought that was profound and poignant because to me, I'm in the process of collecting speeches. And when I say I'm collecting speeches, I'm talking about speeches that either have moved people to tears or that are profound. One of them is that speech. Another one is the Gettysburg Address, and another one is the Jim Valvano speech he gave when he was dying with cancer.
Yeah, that was
For
a
me,
good
those are the cornerstones of the speeches that I want to have, and that type of speech and things fuel me. And the one thing that Jimmy V said that at the time I thought was crazy. He said every day that you should have your emotions moved to where you laugh, to where you're sad, and to where you cry. He said that is a full day. And I was thinking, who the hell wants to cry every day? And as I get older, I start to understand exactly what he means by that. So and I'm a different type of cat. This is why I like living arrangement. Not that I'm adverse to being married or living with someone, so people don't misconstrue what I'm about to say. But when I mop my kitchen floor, sometimes I'm in my birthday suit, and sometimes I'm just wearing a pair of shorts.
too much
Too much
information.
information. Way too much information.
We did not need to know that.
I'm me. I'm just putting it out there. And I clean my floor with hot water, and I step in that water, and it takes me back to being a kid on a beach. No cares in the world. So I think for me, those moments I relish because they seem to be so few and far between, at least to me. But then again, my life is relatively easy. I mean, there's really not much that I stress about. Matter of fact, I don't think there's anything I stress about. Honestly, my stress
Lucky
comes
you.
when I get to work having to deal with people
Right.
that don't want to listen. They want to do what they want to, and I have to be the big bad black security guy. I got to enforce some laws and lay down some regulations that people want to complain about at me, and it's just like, you know what, man, it's not me, it's you. I'm just here. You know,
Where my girls at? Where they at?
I'll be the big bad.
Oh,
Call me whatever you want to. And it's funny I say the big bad Will because that's how I used to introduce myself to David Show. And for whatever reason, it seems like I'm always being labeled. So now I'll just embrace the label as the big bad.
You are
Yeah.
the big bad wolf, but that's okay.
all right. So we had a couple. We got my man John from America. He's back. What's going on,
Is he?
John?
Is
Uh,
he?
and a few others, Marcia, Sheed, was it the Chief of the South? Thanks for joining us. But before we get into the main topic, I want to, what it means to me. Pretty much, Dr. King, he laid the foundation. He put in the hard work for us. He went through the
Yeah, he
struggle.
did. Yeah, he did.
And so therefore, we got a lot of work to do. And sometimes on a daily basis, I may feel like, are we going backwards? And when our forefathers and people put in the work and kind of set the blueprint for us, but until we tighten up, and that's each and every individual tightens up, tightens their game up, we're going to continue to struggle. But I think, like they say, the strength is in the numbers, and I'm just happy to happy for the fact to be alive, living, and trying to contribute something positive to society, providing service, whether it's in education, whether it's having this platform and talking about different issues. So I honor this day, and I appreciate Dr. King for all the hard work he did. And I just say we got a lot of work to do, and we all have to look in the mirror and say, what can we do better, and unite and try to make things happen. But I think before we unite with others, we have to unite amongst ourselves to make this place a better world. All right, somebody said Anita's not feeling good today. Okay, Anita, we wish you a speedy recovery. Hope you feel better for next week. You'll be in our thoughts and prayers, and we know when you come back, you're going to come with some shit. We know that.
For sure.
But for the meat and potatoes of the conversation tonight, let's dive into that. Why do parents put children in their adult business? Because they got a blueprint, they got their fingers and hands all over adult stuff. And to me, I've been saying this for a while. I think I think many kids run the households. They damn sure run the schools. And a lot of times they run the neighborhoods because people are afraid to say stuff to them. Man, we gotta get a hold of this. Whatever, we got to do something better to turn this tide. And I'm gonna lead it off with that, and then y'all can chime in. I'm gonna drop that one right there.
Oh, it's like you said, man. It's epidemic proportions. I don't know how you arrest that type of environment, and I think one of the things that needs to be addressed is the fact that kids are given as much free reign as they are at earlier ages, because it's essentially you giving them a weapon with no training, no understanding of what the weapon can do and how it can hurt them either stop either now or later in their life with the decisions that they make. And I think that's the critical cross point that a lot of younger parents don't really consider. They say, oh, what's the harm? Well, the harm isn't now. The harm is 6 years from now when you try and stop them from doing something, when you've already let them do everything that they want to do. And the first thing they'll say was, why are you stopping me now? You've never stopped me before. So you've already set the foundation and put into their mind that they can do whatever they want to because they're grown. And heaven forbid that it's a female who's doing something and an older guy tries to say, hey, you may not want to do that. And the first thing she'll turn around and say is, you ain't my daddy. And
Okay.
what can you, yes.
Tell me exactly, I know what the topic is, but when you talk about putting children into adult business, is there something specific that y'all are gearing this towards? Because I'm listening to what you have to say and it makes sense to me, but are you talking about like kids just listening in on adult conversations having to do with men and women and their relationships, or Is that what
That's
we're
part of
okay?
it. That's part of it. That's finances,
Okay.
child support. They know the whole nine. They know income tax. They know all of this stuff, whatever. Like I said, working in the middle school, I remember having a conversation with a kid, and she was like, "Yeah, because my mom was because she got earned income credit and all this stuff. So my father tried to claim us and all that. I'm like, yo, why do you know this? Why do you know this stuff and you like 12? And she was like, so she claimed me, we gonna get this money and we supposed to go shopping and all that stuff. And I'm like, unfreaking real. A kid should not know, have no idea. I never knew anything about no income. And it's not a bad thing that they know certain parts of it, but I guess all the details about the
What their dad
relationship
is
with the
doing
mom
and
and
not doing.
dad, and he tried to claim me. I stay with my mother and all of that stuff, whatever. I think some of that stuff could be left out. But yeah, it's those little things like that that kids,
Okay.
parents walking around, phone on speaker, talking to their sister or friend, and then you got the kids chiming in. They're just too much involved in adult business.
Okay. My daughter is standing off to the side. She's making dinner. So I asked her, I was like, did I do that? And she was just like, yeah. And I was like, who better to tell you than your own adult child now? But she said, I can appreciate that now because I knew when and when we could not afford, when I wanted something, you made it very clear whether or not we could afford to do that. And so she was listening to her speak and she said, I think he's talking about something else, which is why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What are we talking about specifically? Because paying the bills is definitely an adult thing, but I don't see anything wrong with, letting your children know that, not right now, and to why. My kids grew up believing in Santa, and I was all about that life until they started asking for, the shit that I couldn't afford. And I had to tell them, mommy is Santa, and this is how things really are. And that's why I was trying to clarify, like, what are we talking about as far as putting children into adult business? Because some things the whole family should know. You know what I mean? Like I'm a firm believer that and I'm sure I'll get a lot of criticism for it, especially being a single parent. A lot of parents put their children before them, and I don't think I really did that. My theory is that if I'm okay, it's gonna trickle downhill to y'all, and y'all will be okay. My kids always knew when I was mad, they would disappear into their bedrooms. But when mom was happy, when mom was working and things were well, it naturally trickled downhill to them. So I always try to take care of me first. And I'm not talking about feeding people, that sort of thing. But I always made sure that my mental health was on point so that I could be on point for my children. But when I moved to Texas, we were all by ourselves. We had no family, no friends, no anything. So I really had to have real conversations with my kids about, mom's going to go to work. Y'all are going to be alone by yourselves for a while. I need you to do this. And those were definitely, adult things. When I lost my job and I thought we were going to move home, that was a real conversation I had to have with my children because it affected where they were going to go to school. And when things got better, I let them know about that. We celebrated that together. So I think there are certain things that you should tell your children that are definitely adult things. But I don't think I ever once had a conversation with any of my kids about their father and how raggedy I thought he was. I really let them grow up and make their own decision about how to handle that. So I never brought a man, into it or hating on somebody. Maybe with family, if I was mad at my sister, somebody might know about it. But, I was wondering what this conversation was really about.
It's and I understand that it kind of is ambiguous. It's a lot of ways you can interpret that, and a lot of it is done on purpose. But this is one of the things I had posted. I said, hey, parents, when you decide to put your children in adult situation, understand that if all goes well with their life, they will be adults longer than being a kid. So let them live their childhood and worry about kid stuff. They have plenty of time to deal with adult concerns when the time comes. And a lot of times students, um, I tell students that as far as that, like, listen, be a kid. Be a kid because you listen to a lot of them and they say, "Man, I can't wait to get 18. I'm gonna be grown, and I'm gonna be grown. I could get my own place, and I ain't got to deal with my parents." And I'm like, then I have to break it down and have another conversation and say, "Where you gonna work? So what type of job you gonna have?" And it's amazing when you do those type of budgeting exercises and do real life experiences with them, and they realize like, and it was so funny. I think I talked about this months ago. We just kind of came up, and I had one particular student, and they picked their job. They had a certain income. Then it was miscellaneous stuff that came up, like the car broke down and all that stuff. And as we going through the exercise, the activity, she like, holy shit, like I don't have no money left for the month. What am I supposed to do? I said, you might have to move back home with you and your child, and or get with one of your friends. You might have to sleep on the couch. And she's like, so at the end of it, she kind of summarized and said, now I understand what mom and dad means when they say that we broke. We just don't have it this week. And so it was an eye-opening experiences, and I think more things like that should be taught in school. As far as that,
The reason why, like David said, there is no right or wrong angle because this conversation is open to every aspect of adult behavior that they draw their kids into. Case in point, when you see pictures or TikTok videos or whatever of a baby twerking, you see a mother dressing her young son in urban clothing that clearly delineates drug use or drug selling or the hustle culture. Any myriad other things, just like when I was talking about when we covered the mother and the son fighting. There's no way in the world that an 8, 9-year-old girl, maybe 10, should be talking about a false pregnancy claim and how her older brother is being duped. We didn't know about that stuff at that age. There's no way in the world that young girl should have been up. When she said that, I was mortified. I'm thinking, yo, how in the world, like David said, how in the world do you know that?
Well,
As far as we knew, the store delivered kids.
nah, my mother read that story to us when we were 10. And no lie, it was a book called Where Did I Come From? And when I say she sat down and read us that book to let us know that what the business really was, I was shell shocked because I had no idea that it took a man and a woman to make a baby until I was like 10 years old. But there are some things when you really think about it, there's some things that kids do need to be taught at an early age, especially in this climate, with all these molesters and everybody else running around town, and young girls are getting their periods sooner and sooner. Those are some of these conversations just have to be had. Now, how you present it to your child is one thing, but you can't, and Lord knows I'm not trying to grow anybody up, but those are just a sign of the times. It was different when we were younger, most definitely. They could hide things. Not I didn't know we were poor growing up. Shit, I don't know how I didn't know that, but I didn't know we was poor because I guess the whole neighborhood was like that. So I didn't think much of it. But still, I mean, I agree having, 8-year olds on, Facebook twerking and all the rest. Yeah, I'm not about that life, but my mother was one of those types of parents. She never spoke to us in kid language. if that makes any sense. She spoke to us in her language.
Yeah.
And if we ever asked her, what does that mean? Her response was always, go get a dictionary. That's that's all she ever said to us was go get a dictionary and read it. So, I mean,
I,
I guess it's that this topic is so broad. Would I want my kids listening to me and their father having an argument? No. Would I tell them about it? Chances are, I don't think I really did until like my daughter was like maybe about 13, and something transpired between her and her father, and I had no choice but to give her background information as to why she felt the way she did, and everybody else in his family felt another way. And I finally had to tell her certain things about her dad that I probably never would have told her. It was a thing in my family. I wouldn't let anybody speak bad on his name in front of her. And
no,
everybody in my family knew that. And eventually she got old enough and had that conversation with other siblings. And they were, they just kind of told her, everybody shielded you from XYZ. And she ended up bringing that back to me and was like, why didn't you ever tell me? And I never found an appropriate time. And it came out a lot sooner than what I would have expected. But sometimes you have to tell your kids certain stuff.
and I agree with that, because the way it is in this day and age, that because of the time we live in with social media, they can go on and they can
Yeah.
Google stuff and they can find out stuff. So you want to be the one that explain it to them thoroughly about your family values of how you handle situations, instead of them finding stuff out from friends or the streets or social media or TV. So I do understand that, but I think it's the times when you have adults in a room,
Yeah.
company, and then you have kids that's comfortable that can just pull up a seat. Oh, that was never an option
My
for
mama
us.
said,
Yeah, that was never an option. If my mother and her friends or my aunts was sitting at a kitchen table and we came in to get some water, we better hurry up with that damn water instead of having a cup up to our face, surveying the room
trying
trying
to
to
peep
hear.
the
Yeah,
situation.
you better get your ass back outside and play. And my mother's soft spoken, so that was never angled, but we kind of knew by the look, like, all right, we better get outside and go play. But I think that not too many parents today using that, falling into that trap. Oh, I'm your BFF. I'm never trying to be the best friend with my child. Never. We have things in common, but I don't have nothing in common with a 13, 14-year old to that extent, whatever. I could tell you how my childhood was, but you're not my damn BFF. We not on that level. And I think that's where some kids are, they taking advantage of that situation in certain cases.
My,
And to what Rebecca was saying earlier, like I said, this is an open topic. We want to make sure that everybody and everything is inclusive, because we don't know who benefits from this.
yeah.
We don't know who's struggling with something like this, and they don't know how to introduce a topic to their children. Whether it be about the prospect of having to deal with somebody attempting to molest you, or whether you have to deal with being a latchkey kid. When you leave, like you said, you have to tell your children, hey, look, I'm going. This is what's expected. This is what's not expected. Because I was a latchkey kid at 12, 13.
Yeah, so
Went to the center, had my own key, came home. But we knew when she left, there would be nobody in this house that she didn't give birth to. And then she got home, she found out you was gonna catch fire and brimstone. So we knew that.
But
You know,
the thing about that, Herb, our neighborhoods was a community. So you had those nosy ass neighbors sitting on the porch that saw
yep.
everything. Nowadays, and we talked about this before, we don't even know who we live next to. Now, you said you make a conscious effort to introduce yourself, but I've been living next to people. I don't know excuse my language, I don't know their
and
fucking
some of
names
these women,
and never
you
went up
try
and
to
introduced
discipline
myself.
their kids, and they have a
Oh,
whole fit on you. You
Yeah.
know, don't hit my child, don't say nothing to my child, and all of that. So, you know, and that goes with relatives too. So, yeah.
And I think
So,
one of the things, what's in their situation, I'm going to say, I was getting off work and this girl, she had to be like 10 or 11. I was getting out of my car, getting all my work stuff out. And I was sit there. It was like in the summertime, man. This girl was going at it, twerking. So I'm looking like, is she freaking serious? So then her friend said, um, that man, stop, girl. That man looking at you. And like I said, she had to be like 10 or 11. And she was like, kind of like, I don't give a fuck. He don't know me or whatever the case is. I said, let me just walk. Let me just go in the house, whatever. And
hey,
head in the house, whatever. Because stuff like
that's
that,
a
I
whole
want
conversation, grown ass kids.
to, yeah.
Because I know some little kids like that. They got mouths like grown people. And
Now, let me read this. Gwendolyn said, I never downed my daughter's father nor stopped him from coming to visit her and figured as time went by, she could make her own judgment. But I bet my daughter never needed for anything. Anita said, I'm a nosy
mine
ass
neither,
Armenian
but
neighbor.
I know she wanted her father when she was little. She 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 missed him, and it was hard for them to spend time together, even when we were all living in the same city, because he was, you know, that's just the type of guy he was. But um, she never had a lack of love or material things, but she missed her dad, and that was something. And I think it angered me when I couldn't get them together, especially when we were living in the same city. But I never really tried to display that in front of her. Not to say that me and him wouldn't stand out on the front porch, you know, yelling and screaming and whatnot and cussing up a storm. But when I came back inside, we made sure, the both of us, at least I can say that much about him, we never really let her see that. And it really took until she was like 12 or 13 to really hear the truth. And it wasn't by my hand. Somebody else said something to her, and so I really had no choice. But we can't, you can give your kid all the love and support and all that you want, but when they're craving the other parent, there ain't really too much you can do about that, you know. And so
Yeah, and sometimes that little time with that other parent means the world to them, and they will turn. You've been the one providing, doing all that you can do for them, and they will turn on you. And his word or her word means everything. So sometimes we just have to be careful how we put things into play. And I know Herb is that time for that big stimulus
This,
package time.
this is riddle.
all right, people. I'll read it as I put it into the chat. You can find me on a package or in the middle of a submarine, but never on Neptune.
God.
All right.
Too
Once
much.
again, you can find me on a package or in the middle of a submarine, but never on Neptune. And see, and the funny thing about what Rebecca was saying is I benefited from being around a lot of boys, 8 boys, 3 girls. Even though I never had my biological father, never met him,
You can find me on a package
I never
in the
ever
middle of a submarine,
wanted
but never on Neptune.
for a father figure. And also keep in mind that I also spent time in foster homes where I had that father figure. Well, let me hold on. Let me interrupt what I'm saying just so I can focus on the chat. If I happen to do miss an answer, please say something because I'm trying to talk, read, speak, and think at the same time. So something might get missed. So when I was in those foster homes, I actually got that 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 paternal presence that so many people missed. And in addition to that, when I wasn't in a foster home with a strong male presence, I always had older brothers. And when I say older brothers, I'm not talking about 4 or 5 years. I'm talking about I have brothers who were actually 10, 15 years older than me who could pull my coattail and say, hey, look, don't do that. No, there's no arguing. There's no discussion. Don't do it. So, even though we grew up the way we did, it's like my brother always says, I'm thankful that we grew up the way we did, because there's a lot of people who had everything that we didn't, and they are so far apart when they get together that you can't tell their family. With us, we family. We come in, we walk, people just say, oh yeah. It's funny because when we had our mother's memorial service, when our family came to stay at the place I work at, they were like, oh yeah, we can tell. Just because of the way we behave, when we conduct and carry ourselves. There's something intrinsic that our mother gave us that we carry forth with us to this day, that lets people know that there's certain things that we are not going to tolerate, and there's certain ways that we are going to move, regardless of all that other nonsense, because we were raised and we were taught certain core values. And I think a lot of those core values, they're lost, especially with Gen X people our age, and they can't pass that on to their kids. So when you can't pass that on to your kids, not only do your kids start off at a financial disadvantage, they start off at an emotional disadvantage, at a spiritual disadvantage, and at a physical disadvantage. And people might ask, well, what does the physical disadvantage have to do? Well, a whole lot. Because if you encounter a situation that you don't know to run from, and you get hurt physically because you didn't have the information to react, all of a sudden now you could go from having a scrape or a bruise or having a broken arm to potentially being in a car accident to where you're paralyzed. So all this stuff really, it touches every aspect of our lives, whether we think it does or whether we don't think it does. Because I remember, being 11, 12, and I would just get that sensation that, something's about to happen here. I'm out. I don't care if you call me chicken. I don't care if you say this. I don't care if you say that. Give me one moment. I'm posting a link in the show for someone.
Yeah,
And I was, gone. And you turn around and say, you know what? Something happened last night. When? Just after you left. I say, that's why I got out of Dodge. Like, I remember I was playing football. And so junior year. Now, me and my brother we were both in the same grade because I dropped out. Also failed the 7th grade. So then that's the one thing he always holds over my head, is that he graduated high school before I did, which he can't, because his name begins with the letter before mine. So I told him, I said, look, you're behind, should be at home. If something happens, you get caught up. And our mother had a strict rule. If you go to jail doing some nonsense and something you shouldn't have been doing,
call me. Don't call me.
your ass is gonna sit there and rot. And lo and behold, there was a situation that he said he wasn't caught up in, or he said he didn't do it, and I believe him. There's no rhyme or reason for it. But he was fingered, and he ended up missing some time in high school because he ended up having to deal with the legal ramifications of all of that. So, that's how it impacts you physically. You don't know when to move. Mentally, you're not equipped to deal with certain things. So you're a 10-year-old girl. 14-year-old boys come up and they start trying to do things. You don't know. You go with them, and all of a sudden now you might end up pregnant. Like Rebecca said, these girls are having menstrual cycles at ages that just defy logic. So all of these things, they really play in to each other. Like I said, there's never a right or wrong view, perspective, or statement. The reason why we bring these topics together is because nobody else talks about them. And I'm on YouTube religiously. And when I say religiously, I mean religiously, before I sat down and got on this show, I was listening to a 2 hour live stream. I'll probably go back and finish that afterward. So we try and make sure that these topics are inclusive, that people can learn from them. So you can take something like this and you can apply it in your daily life. You can teach your boys how to avoid certain situations. You can guide your young girls and teach them what to look for in certain cases so they can get out of harm's way. So they can turn on and say, you know what? We may not have had everything, but we had the right things.
All right. Scorpio T, thanks for joining us tonight. How you feeling tonight?
I'm doing all right. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good.
Good, good. So I don't know how much you heard, how much you've been listening to, but of course, since you're just coming in, we always value your opinion and your insight. So, you know, so how much have you heard or
Well, to be honest, I didn't get to hear any of it because I was doing another. Um, I had something else that I was doing another live, and
Yeah.
so
okay.
after I got done, I came right here. So I didn't hear anything. I
So
know
we
what the
pr-
topic is.
Yeah, so we've been pretty much going back and forth about the topic about kids being in the adult business. And and Rebecca made some great points to saying, in this day and age, sometimes we have to let them know certain things instead of them finding it out from the streets, as they say, internet, uh, their peers and stuff like that. So we've kind of been going back and forth on that, and some of the things we said. I understand that it's the intentional things that you're around the kitchen table and it's adults and kids just can come in and chime in and and things like that. Or you're walking around FaceTiming on a speakerphone and they hear everything and then they're chiming in. And then I had the element of me working in a school that I know they come with stuff that they heard because they tell me, because a lot of the stuff are like, how do you know this? And they're like, well, my mother and my aunt was talking and this is how I found out. So we pretty much was, just going back and forth with those points.
Right. There are some things. Now, I am a firm believer that you do need to teach your kids about certain things at home. You don't need to let them learn about it elsewhere. However, I've never been a fan of kids being around adults in their business. I wasn't allowed to do it. I didn't let my kids do it. People have like this real idea that kids just think that's smart. And they really are. People think that children don't know what you're talking about. They think that kids don't understand and all these other things. And that's just not true. They are not only do they understand, but they're like sponges. They absorb that mess and they ingest it forever, it seems like. You have to be wise in the things that you teach your kids. And you have to be even more wise in what you allow. Allowing privy to adult things can be both.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, it just, I don't know. I don't think I let my kids be privy to when, um, grown folks was just being grown folks. We had a lot of interactions down here where um, we would all have a party together, but it was for the kids. But you know how some of those parties turn out, and all the parents are there too, type thing. And the kids were always off doing their own thing, so the parents felt comfortable sitting and having a conversation. And truth be told, my kids were always too busy trying to run around and play. I don't think they ever wanted to sit in on any of our conversations because they just assumed there was a lesson to be learned, and at that moment they weren't trying to hear it anyway. So I don't think that was really an issue, but I agree with her. um, there was just no way my mother would have let that happen. I can remember trying to sneak downstairs and peek my head around the corner, and You know, that parent sense was just like, you know, like I didn't hear that creak on the stairs, get your ass back upstairs type thing. And we just kind of knew better anyway, where we really did. But yeah, it's some grown little kids out here running around. I can walk through Walmart at any given time, and you know how that used to just be like white kids cutting up, you know, in the grocery store and shit like that. You ever see a black kid just go ham, you know?
Yeah.
And this look, you know, because and that shit kind of steals your breath, because when we was growing up, it was just, it wasn't even a thought in our head. We see a little white kid doing that, and we look at my mother like, you fixing to beat him, right? Because I know you fixing to
Okay.
beat that strange kid. Because it was just certain things when we were growing up that I don't even think we had the heart to even think, to hope, to wish, to want to do, you know, in front of our parents, because it just
Play with the
wasn't
money.
worth it. It just wasn't even worth it to try to see if you could get away with it. And these days, kids is real quick to check a grown up.
And see, and another thing I want
Real
to add to
quick.
that,
Yeah.
another thing I want to add to that, I've never been a proponent of mine when adults give their phones to kids. If they can read, guarantee that they're going to read text messages, and you don't know what you have on that in that phone. If you got some pictures or got some pictures sent to you, and they stroll into like, here, take this phone and be quiet. They know how to get into this shit. They know how to get in better. They know how to work these devices and stuff better than we do.
Yeah.
So when you quick to try to shut them up and like, here, especially when it's younger kids, here's my phone. You asking for something. You asking for it. You asking to be questioned about certain things. Um, and challenged on, yeah, this text message just came through. Who is this, mommy or dad? Who is that? Who is this woman, whatever? So
And I've
some,
heard little kids tell on
yeah,
their parents,
Oh yeah.
to the other parent, because it's something that they saw or read, and oops, you know, it's too late. I saw a video a couple weeks ago, and it was a mother and daughter. They were both black, and I'm gonna say the daughter must have been somewhere between like 18 and 21, and her mother was giving her the blues about quitting her job, and she hadn't paid her bills. And when I say this young girl calls her mother every raggedy bitch in the book. Now, mind you, the mom was speaking to her in exactly the same fashion. If I had closed my eyes, I really wouldn't have known who was talking to who. But when I say that young girl talked so bad to her mother, was slamming doors in her face, the mom was talking about taking her phone, and she was like, I wish you would. And it kept making my heart stop, because all I kept thinking is one, I could never talk to my mom like that, without being beat by every woman in my family and probably some strangers just standing out on the street. And how I would feel if that was my daughter talking to me, because you know they posted this online for the world to see, and then they
Right.
asked for you to comment on it. And I don't know who looked more stupid. I guess the mom, because you let her do it. And all I kept thinking is, you know how you have situations where you're like, I wish my daughter would do that. I couldn't even do that. I couldn't even wish for that, because she would never do it. And two, that would just be such a god awful situation. And so somebody teaching kids to speak like that, whether you're doing it directly or that's all they ever hear, you know, in the house from both parents, one parent, you know, or whatever it is. But, and then you're shocked when they say it to you. You know, my
Well, you know
grandmother
that
brought my daughter home from church when she was about maybe 4. Mind you, my grandmother was a deaconess in the church, was there when the church was founded, sat on the front row every Sunday. And she brought my daughter home and said that right during the prayer for the sick, when the church was quiet, my daughter stood up and said, oh shit.
Oh.
And yeah, when I say my grandmother looked all up and down the side of my head when she brought my daughter home because she was like, where did she, because she ain't hear it from me, so where she hear it from? And it was definitely a rude awakening, because it's real cute when a little 2-year-old says, oh shit, everybody thinks that's funny and cute until they're,
It's their,
like 9, and
yeah.
they say that shit to their teacher, and you can't figure out how it happened. So, I'm guilty of it on a very small level, but I agree
You
with
know
what
that
y'all are
that
saying,
that
that you got to be careful out there.
that don't rush challenge. I mean, not that don't rush. That what is that
Shut
called?
up challenge,
That shut up challenge. Yeah, ain't
girl.
no listen. I wouldn't even play that type of joke with my
Yep.
mom. That was not. I wouldn't even thinking about playing that. That would be all bad on every
The fact that the other
level.
parent was in on
If
it, that's even
I survive.
worse.
If I So
I
some of the
agree.
stuff that they teach them to do, like I watched one of them, and the little girl was telling her, she used cuss words and everything, and I'm looking like, why would you tell your daughter to say some mess like that? She looked like she was about 15 because you thought that was funny, but then when it really starts happening, you're not gonna know what to do. But you the one that okay it. Some things you just don't do. That shut up challenge, man. Listen, if I ever recover, I would never be the same.
And I'll be the first to tell you, when I was doing some mentoring out at one of the local schools, I would go into the lunchrooms, at cafeteria lunchtime, and it was never really the boys that gave me any issues when they would ask, well, who I was. I would ask them, you. They say yes. I said, what does my name tag say? They would say, Mr. Lewis. I said, that's who I am. No, 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 no. Who are you? I'm thinking, okay, one is none of your business really who I am. You're supposed to be acting accordingly, enjoying your mood with your classmates. I'm not concerned about who I am.
Hold up. You know I'm about to chime in, Herb. You know I'm about to chime in. Your ass can't come to no school and, and be a
No, I'm talking
random
about
person.
students. I'm
Huh?
talking about students.
No, I'm saying.
Talking
So
Okay.
about
if
kids.
you're a new person in that school, they've been taught. So you have to explain who you are, because they like, okay, who the hell is this dude? Who the hell is
No,
this
hold on.
dude?
Hold on. To your point,
Because I'm pulling
that
the fire alarm.
hold on. To your point, that was done at the beginning of the school year.
Here he come.
But that could have been, these could have been some new entrants that
You know,
started late or whatever the case is. So
Wildin'.
we don't
Everything
know.
in my school has been taught to pull the fire
So
alarm if there's
let,
any
let me let
possible
me let me tell
noise
you
you won't tell me, pull a
let me
fire
tell you a
alarm.
scenario when I started middle school. Now, prior to that, I had worked at a college 10 years, worked at an elementary, worked at a high school for 8 years. But the most scariest experience to me was at a middle school. And I remember I had to do like a presentation within the first 2 or 3 days. And I'm like, damn, I got to go in the classroom. So we at the time our school building didn't have air conditioning. So I sweat a lot. So I'm sweating, whatever. And I'm not the type to bring 2 or 3 work shirts, whatever, because usually I had air conditioning in the building. So now I'm working in a building with no air conditioning. I'm going up and downstairs. So by the time I got to the classroom, shit, I'm drenched. I'm soaked. So this is always a funny story. So I walk in there, and like you said, it was girls. The boys didn't say much. They just sitting there, like trying to fill it out, like, okay, who is this guy? And I hear the girls like, yo, who that? And they're like, I don't know who that is. And then it's like, who that sweaty motherfucker? and which I thought was so funny. So by as we went through the year and we talked about it, and I got them all in the office, I said, I think it was you who said that, because I was kind of like blocked out. I was already nervous, and I'm like, why am I nervous for these damn middle school kids? Uh,
because they middle school
yeah.
kids.
But that's the thing. They want to know. They're going to ask. They don't have no impulse control. So if you're in the cafeteria and you some random person, they're going to ask, like, who the hell is you? It's
You
just
know
the way
what
you
I
got
was
to answer it.
thinking? You know what I
That
was
is
thinking
true.
too is that sometimes kids are exposed to things not because they're allowed to, but because they have to be. I do remember a couple whose children were their mediators. Why are your children mediating your issues? You see what I'm saying? These are children. You're asking them to chime in on adult situations. And when the kids became unruly, where they wouldn't listen to either one of them because they eventually not didn't respect either parent. You know what I'm saying? Because they were asked to fill a role that they're not capable of filling. Or you catch the parent that's abusive and the kids are running and standing in the middle. These are situations that they're thrown into. They don't have a choice. So of course you're going to hear all the adult things that go with them, which I still think that people should be a lot more mindful. All that arguing and hooping and hollering and screaming in front of your kids, they are definitely listening. They listening for everything, and they will eventually repeat it depending on how old they are. When I ran my that little tutoring mentoring group that I had, I was horrified at some of the things the kids were dealing with. You talk about some things that will really make your head spin around. You know what I mean? And it wasn't by their choice, and it wasn't because well, some of them, well, it wasn't because their parents didn't try to keep them out their business. They had, when you have family and friends that's really enmeshed in your life, they think they have all access and all rights to speak on everything. So they'll introduce your kids to things, or whoever kids to things they have no business introducing them to because they think they have a right to speak on it. So here you are, you doing all you can as a parent to keep your house a certain way, and your kids go visit grandma or auntie or whoever, I don't know,
Yeah.
uncle, whatever, and they're over there speaking on it just as freely. And now your kids have been exposed to some adult things they had no business knowing about to begin with, in spite of what the parent has tried to do.
Yeah, and sometimes the opposite parent is guilty of their level of questioning. So the parents split up. You with the dad or mom. So what's your mother doing? Whatever. Oh, she's seeing somebody else, or do your daddy got a new girlfriend, or whatever the case is. So you already you're putting them and making them feel uncomfortable. And of course, most kids don't have filters, so they're gonna say whatever. They're gonna blurt it all out, and then you got parents going back and forth. So it's just it's a lot to be cautious of, to look after, and some parents are like, I don't got time for all that. Whatever. It's like whatever happens. So,
Yeah, but
but
it don't always have to be the parents. I've seen aunties and cousins and uncles, and in one situation, I saw the grandmother do it, which I just was like, how you be speechless when you get exposed to something that you're not expecting to happen. So, and this was a very good friend of mine. The last thing that I was expecting was for her grandmother to do it because her mother ran a tight ship. You know what I'm saying? Her mother was very, very cautious and very aware of the things that she allowed to take place in her house. So to hear the grandmother say it, and I'm like, wow, the impact that it had on that family was extremely negative.
well,
Like that made
sometimes
her kind of like a dark person. You know what I mean? Like she stopped being a happy person that she was based on what she was told. So people don't really know the damage that they can cause. At least I don't think they know the damage that they can cause by doing those sorts of things. You were talking about Rebecca was talking about kids acting up in the store, and I'll never forget this because I was just so flabbergasted. I think I turned it to my mom for a moment. So the little boy was in there with his mother. It was a woman's clothing store, and she was trying to shop. And the little boy, he had to be like maybe 8, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that area. And he wanted to go to wherever the toy store was. So the mama's trying to shop. He's kicking this woman. He's calling her out a name. He's spitting on her. He's snatching hair out of her head. I mean, punching her. And my kids were standing there horrified. And I'm looking like, Oh, and she's going, oh, Billy, don't do that. Don't talk to me like that. I'm giving a boy a name. His name might not have been Billy. Oh, Billy, don't do this. Don't do that. Billy is knocking down stuff in the store. Billy is doing all types of things. Okay. So eventually, because me and the cashier lady, me and her are just kind of looking at each other. And my kids are looking in horror. Okay. Horror. Because they like, oh my God, I just know this little boy is about to die. She picked Billy up with him, punched her in the face, spitting on her, and snatching out her hair and walked him out to the store. So, of
Hell
course, I turned into my mother. I turned to my kids and said, I will kill you dead if you ever think about
Kill
thinking
you
about
dead.
thinking about it. Okay? the,
Kill you dead.
the deader than a doorknob. Okay? So the lady that was in the store, she was like, we deal with a lot of things. She said, but we can't say our company policy won't allow us to say anything. We can't even ask them to leave. So
I believe that.
this little boy, I guess,
That's the Lord. That's just good.
the dad or whoever
This is
she
good.
came with was gone.
Oh yeah,
They was
that
too
was one of
embarrassed
those.
to come back when they saw the lady coming out the store holding the boy beat up.
I saved Earl some
Ain't
fridge.
no way. Ain't no way. That type of stuff that I mean, what have you been exposed to that allows you to act that way? I mean, are you seeing somebody in the house that treated like that?
I think I was listening to you speak, and especially when David was speaking. I think sometimes when we have these conversations, we're thinking about just the average old, mom and dad who are making mistakes. But you have some kids, like y'all said, that are thrown into situations because there is mental health issues in the home, there's alcoholism in the home. Some of these kids are growing up taking care of their parents, and they know all types of
Yeah.
adult stuff.
Mhm.
And I was listening to, especially the two of y'all who work in the school system. You hear kids say that, and you're just like, there's just, how the hell, would you know how to do that? But when you think about it on that end of the spectrum, children growing up in the house where they really are the adults, they're the ones taking care of the parents, and the things that they could possibly know, see, know how to do, know how to answer, and that type of stuff is not just
well,
your regular everyday parent that's just gossiping on the phone and her kids hear everything,
we, some of that is trickery, right? That you
some of it.
propose that question to them, and like, how do you know? Where did you get that? Because they're gonna tell you.
I
They're gonna
know.
give you step by step, whatever, on how you do it. So those is just, again, manipulation, ways to get it instead of just coming out direct and doing that. So you try to find ways, especially when you got a connection with them. How you know about this? What you know about that?
I know,
And
but you still have some kids where you watch how they move, and they move like grown people. Not
Yeah.
necessarily in a bad way, but they actually move. The 12-year-old girl knows how to pick up both her little brothers, get them home from school, get them
Yep.
sitting down doing their homework. She'd have made a little mini meal, that type of stuff. You have some kids that really do move like grown people because the situation in their house
Let me
isn't
let me jump
a
in here.
pleasant one, not that it's a gossiping one.
Let me jump in here and follow up what Rebecca is saying, and David, you'll probably be able to speak to this as well. We see that a lot with second generation Americans or ESL, English as a second language students, where they're compelled to because the parent doesn't speak English, so the child is a mediator between
Right.
another adult and them. So they indirectly or unwittingly have to become an adult, and they have to deal with adult situations so they can transmit that information. And through that process, they actually really become the de facto adult because their mother and or father has absolutely no clue what English is or how to speak. Not that they're dumb, they just don't speak the language. So
yeah.
either they came here. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, no, I'm saying all too often when they come in, you like, Oh man, we in for a doozy when the kid got to explain everything, and then it ends up backfiring when grades and stuff come out and all that stuff because the kids then like, okay, I got control. They don't know what's going on,
Right.
so I can tell them, I can spoon feed them the information, and then you can get a translator on the line, and they talk to them, and the parents like, well, I didn't know, and because the kid took advantage, it's so many things that's going on, so
Yeah.
many things. It's unbelievable. But we got SJ in the house tonight. Mofo,
Yes,
what's
we
good?
do. Hello, what's going on?
Allow him for now.
You know what? I'm always coming late for the party, and the thing that's the funniest about that is that up until it's around time for the party to start, I'm watching the clock, and then all of a sudden something will happen because I'm like, okay, today I ain't gonna be late. Like I'm gonna get there. Like and every time a call come in. Now, I got the third grandbaby. So if they call me, I gotta be on the phone. Like I can't get off the phone. I gotta stare at the grandbaby for a minute. So like every time something happens
That's
that I
all right.
end
We
up
love your
late. But yes, I'm
grandentrance. It's
here.
okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations on your new book too.
Thank you very much. I am so extremely stoked about that book. My book is now available on Amazon. It's called Calming the Chaos Within: 5 Ways to Manage Your Anxiety.
Okay.
And it is the first of a 4-book series that is going to be dropped this year. I'm coming out with something different every 90 days on you mofos. I ain't playing around. And so I ain't playing around. It's gonna be a different look. It's gonna be a different product. It's gonna be a different something. Because somebody asked me what my resolution was for this year. I ain't got no resolution. It's been resolved. Everything that belongs to me, I'm coming for it. That's it.
I know
Period.
that's right.
If your eyes
And
belong to
that
me, I'm
is.
coming for them. I'm gonna give you something to look at. If your mouth belongs to me, I'm coming for it. I'm gonna give you something to talk about. If
All
your
right
ears
then.
belong to me, I'm coming for them. I'm gonna give you something to listen to. If your money belong to me, I'm coming for them. I'm gonna give you something to spend it on. Like it's just everything that's for me, I'm coming for it. So ain't no
I'm
I like
with
resolutions
you
that.
on that.
necessary. So
Huge.
I turned
I like
I
49
that.
this
feel
year.
you.
I turn 49 next month. And so I'm starting off 2021 real good. A new grandbaby, a new book, some new shit that's coming out. So yeah. It's time to get it.
Already.
Definitely, definitely.
All right.
Congratulations, girl. You do that thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, to follow up what Saria is saying, this really is a perfect segue into the next talking point, which is why are people having children if they have no plans to raise them?
Before you answer that, before we address that, can you repeat your topic? Because I see everybody giving answers, but no, I don't know what the question is.
You mean the riddle?
Right. Like what's
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
happening?
the
sorry.
riddle.
Okay. You can find me on a package or in the middle of a submarine, but never on Neptune. There were a couple excellent guesses, but I don't want to give anybody.
I don't even want to try at it. I can't right
I don't
now.
want to
I
give
can't.
anybody
Dave
uh,
know the work I've been putting
inside
in. I
track
can't
to
even.
something,
I
so I
can't
didn't
even.
say anything. But there were a couple excellent guesses by a couple different people. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I kept seeing everything rolling, and I'm like, what are they
Like, what are
answering?
they
I
even
wanted
trying
to
to
know the question.
say? Yeah.
Yeah, that segment just take over when they try, that stimulus package, whatever. You gotta have it.
I had to dial it up tonight. I was like, all right, because a couple of them they cracked them was like, pop, pop. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, you're trying to
I
challenge the
need
brain.
to
All right, but yeah, let's get back
a
to the topic.
telescope.
But I think to answer your question, why people are having, give me the question again. Say the question again so I make sure I got it right.
Why are people having children if they have no plans to raise them?
Well,
Or are you talking
so
a riddle?
the people, Because I won't deny that there are
You know,
people
right?
in
Yes,
this
it,
in this
yes, it
world
is.
that are having children that they don't want to raise them. But I think that when a person is making a decision to have a kid, it's a really, and I'm just speaking in general, it's a really selfish thing. It's a instant gratification thing. I want to have a baby. And I'm talking about women, because it ain't too many men that, are walking around at a certain age and somebody, I want to have a baby. So usually, it's a girl that's, for whatever reason, whether it's been glorified or whatever the case may be, I want to have a baby. It's because there's a feeling that they think that they're going to get with it, you know, that is not taking into account any of the actual responsibility that goes into creating a human. And so when you're having your fun, when you're not wrapping it up, when you're not having those conversations about, well, what us gonna do if we get pregnant, you're never prepared. No matter how prepared you think you are, you're never prepared. So when you're compounding that with, you're just thinking about, because most little girls, when you ask them, and I say little girls, I hate it when my 4-year-old granddaughter grabs her baby doll and says, "This is my baby." Oh my God, it attacks something in me, because I don't want her to believe that's what she's supposed to be. I'm like, no, you don't have a baby. But my 4-year-old, she is like me, like I am right now. So she will argue me down. Yes, Nana, this is my baby. Like, I know it's fake, but this is my baby. So she has to remind me that she knows it's fake before I will let it go, because I just don't want her stuck in that place. Let's get your document stuff or whatever. But back to the answer. I think that people are having babies not necessarily with the intention of not raising them. It's just not having any clue whatsoever of what actually goes into raising them. They're making the decision, for instant gratification, just for the instant gratification of, oh, I want a baby, I want a baby. Listen, having a baby is more than a notion. They don't, I wish they wrote a rule book. I might write one.
You know, I
Because this
heard
is
somebody,
crazy.
I heard, I heard somebody say before. Well, I've actually heard a couple of somebody say that they want children because they want somebody that's just gonna love them. And I'm
Girl, ain't
like,
that
do
crazy?
you realize?
Ain't that crazy?
I tell listen, I was like, do you realize that even babies have preferences? So what's gonna happen when that baby prefers someone else over you? How are you gonna deal with that if that's your reasoning for wanting to have a lifelong commitment? Is because you want somebody to love you.
I, you know,
So
I guess I'm gonna sit here and just say that I'm guilty of a great many things. When I had my first son, I remember having a conversation with my mother and telling her I wanted to have a baby. I wasn't sure if I would ever marry, but I knew that I wanted to have a baby. And I remember her telling me, her marriage didn't work, and marriage doesn't guarantee anything. It helps, but it doesn't guarantee anything. And I had my first child because I wanted to be a parent. My oldest son is disabled, so I ended up, it changed my life literally in so many different ways. Um, my other two came along because I wanted them. All my kids were planned, believe it or not. Um, but I made mistakes along the way in my thinking about when I had children. When I had my youngest son, it's because I really wanted his dad to marry me, and
mm,
suffice it to say, he did not do that. And I still love my son. He was raised well, but I've never had a problem fessing up to that because I knew what I was doing. Um,
yeah, but you had a baby
And
with
I'm proud as
intentions
shit
on
of you
who
are
to take
even
care of.
saying this shit, but that's
it
just like what I said.
and
It goes
I
in that
I've
instant
I've never I've
gratification.
never ran away from it because it was the truth. And it's not that I don't love my son, because I do. At the time, I loved his daddy more because he wasn't here yet. And I really thought that if I was pregnant, that he would just go ahead and marry me. And oops, that did not happen. And I ended up raising my son mostly by myself. His father was a huge force in his life. We just were not together and we weren't in the same city. And I think a lot of people, you know, we don't know what it's like being a parent. So when you say you have a baby,
Mm-mm.
usually it's just out of that want and desire. We were raised,
But
but
you
we
know
didn't
what?
watch every little thing that our parent did. Nobody really knows the struggle of being a parent until you actually become
No.
one and you realize how much money you spend, how what the commitment is. Hopefully, if you're doing the right thing, that it's going to change your life and some of your bad habits. Now that I'm not raising anybody, everybody's grown. I realize just how much money it costs me to raise a kid because
Hmm.
now I have
Girl.
all
But
this extra money that I
when
can
you
save. And I don't think anybody,
Girl.
you know,
It end
I
up
don't
being
think
a couple
anybody
hundred
goes
thousand.
into it thinking that I'm never going to raise this child, regardless of what, you know, that little 40 minutes of fucking was going on. I don't think anybody ever
40
really goes
minutes.
into it thinking that that's not going to happen. But you do have, you know, me and Herb had a conversation a couple summers ago about, you know, women having babies when they knew the men didn't want to have them. But my thing is and I still hold true to that. There's just as many raggedy women out there as there are men. We just gonna throw them all into the same
absolutely.
pot and stir it.
Hmm.
But if you know for a fact that you don't want to have any kids, you really only got one option. That's to abstain. Your
Right.
second is to wrap that shit up. So you
Right.
can't knock me up and then talk about, you know, I'm not gonna pay child
Tell you
support.
it's
I'm
your
not gonna do
fault.
this because yeah, because you was there too, my guy. It was your sperm that determined what my child was. So you know,
Them dick
again, I
germs, girl.
raised mine
Where's
by
she at?
myself. I
Them
kept it
dick
moving, but
germs.
I made mistakes along the way, and hopefully, I grew up and my kids didn't suffer too much for it. But
You
I
know,
don't
I
think
was
any
listening
of
as you
us.
were talking, Rebecca, and even you already knew in your mind that you wanted a child. There was never an
Yes, ma'am.
instance in which you wanted a child to not take care of. So you already knew you were going to do that. But to piggyback off what you were saying or what the topic is, it just came to mind that there are some people who really don't believe in getting rid of children. Like, I'm not a fan of abortion. I'm not going to tell the lie that I am because I'm not. However, there are some people who are just so solid with it that they don't see um, any way in which that should be a viable option. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that, I don't think a child should be forced upon a rape
Girl.
victim or an incest or something like that. I don't think that that should have to happen. But there are some people who bring babies into this world. They know they're not going to take care of them because they don't want to disappoint their parents or their friends or their family or the pastor or whoever. Which I don't think that's a good reason to have children. You know what I'm
Let me jump
saying?
in
So,
for a moment. There's a
Girl, let me
book that I mentioned this book last week. The name of the book is called Promises I Can Keep: Why Women Choose Single Motherhood. Get the book, read it, and understand it because a lot of what we're talking about happens to go into that. And it also really, mind you, I haven't read the book, I've just been told about it, but it also goes into explaining why usually women who are on the lower social and social economic scale opt to do that because it's almost something that they're missing that they're looking to have fulfilled, a longing that they have for unconditional love. And sometimes they're not getting that from a parent or parents. They're being
Well, that's just
thrust.
like what she said. That's just exactly like
Yes.
what she said, that she's talked to women. There's a lot of women, and even Rebecca was brave enough to say, hey, I wanted this child because I thought it would get me this. And that goes, back into what I said about, a lot of times the decision to have a child is a selfish one. It's for self gratification. I don't mean that as any shade because my children were
No.
planned. And, I'm going to be very truthful with you. I've always known that I was going to be a mother. And I've shared with some of you, I think Herb a little bit more than other people that, and I was raised in a very abusive, you know, I had a very abusive childhood, and it was coming from every direction, from my mother, from my father, from the father figure, that was in my life. But my thing was this, your enemy will always show you how to defeat them if you but listen, if you but
Girl.
learn. And so I knew that I wanted to be a parent because I knew that these mofos are doing it all the way wrong. Like, this is all the way wrong. I'm not supposed to feel like this. I'm not supposed to be treated like this because I'm looking at my friends. You know what I'm saying? I'm observant because I got to learn how to be observant. I have to learn how to be, not be seen, be invisible, because it'll save me from a beating that day, from a mother who believed that giving me a beating every day was because I may have did something that she didn't catch. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it was that kind of tyranny that was going on. I just knew this ain't the right way. And like I said, your enemy will teach you how to defeat them. All of those things that I was trying to do to impress my mother, all of the, learn how to draw, learn how to play the violin, learn how to do all these things. Get the fuck out of here. They make me awesome as shit now. And so I knew when I had my kids, I knew that all I needed to do, and this was my thinking, all I needed to do was the exact opposite of my mother. I would ask myself when I had a situation with
Me
my
too.
children, what would my mother do? And I would think through what my mother would do, and I would do the exact opposite.
How did we grow up to be such amazing people? I
Because your
often
enemy will
wonder.
teach you how to defeat them.
I,
That's how.
girl,
Because your enemy is so arrogant that they don't understand that all the lashes that they're giving you is making your skin
you
stronger.
make my
They
heart
don't get that.
sing
They
sometimes.
don't
I
get
just,
that. I get that shit. A lot of people don't get it. And that's why I wrote the book. Because going back to Cleveland, that's a very emotional place for me because that's where my mother is. And
I look
that's where
at you,
all of the bad
I
memories
look
are.
at me, I look at her. I can't really speak to the other two, but I know me and Herb had hard childhoods. And I'm listening to you, and I often wonder how nothing spectacular happened to any of us. You know what I'm saying? But how we ended up where we are based on where we started at.
That was the spectacular thing.
I
That
just,
was it. The
I
conditioning
just,
that we've had for this life. Me and my bestie was talking about, she said that she believes that she chose her mom. And because we were talking about spirituality, she said she believes that she was in heaven and she was a spirit. She chose her mom. She was a soul that chose her mom. And I believe that could be true because if a soul descends to heaven, it makes sense to me that your soul is going home. So it came from heaven. So I believe there are souls up there that get to choose their mothers because of the plan that God has for them. But then there's others like us. We don't get to choose because God put us here for something different. Our conditioning has to be different. So yeah,
Lord,
we
I
feel like
tell you.
aliens. We feel like our spaceship crashed here and they just gave us the NEO two idiots passing the cornfield. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's our conditioning because there's a plan that God had for us,
I really
and
thought I
this
was
is
the
this
only
is what we
person who
needed to do.
thought
Girl,
like that.
no, I swear to God, the government has my ship, and I want my shit back so I could go because it gets. I know how Jesus felt. We know how Jesus felt. Anybody that's been abused and that's been just persecuted their whole life, having
Girl.
done wrong to nobody, they are the closest people to Jesus because that's exactly what his life was. It was it was abuse. The end of his life was full of abuse, and he never done anything to anybody except for be innocent and try to lead people to some fucking salvation. That was his crime. And so any abused child that is innocent and that has gone through that, I feel like we know much more of what Jesus felt like than anything. I could tell you what, y'all lucky as hell that it was him that went through that because the first hit with me, and all of y'all have been going to hell in handbasket because I'd have been like, this is what I'm sacrificing this for. There had to be a conversation between Jesus and God when he got up there. He was like, Dad, you put me through all of that for them. For these schlemiels down here, that's what I went through all of that for. Like, so no, sis, like Rebecca, no. That was the Big Bang. All of that shit that me, you, Herb, and anybody else had to go through to make us who we are right now. Because here's the BS about it. It's possible that we wouldn't have been the awesome people that we are right now had we not gone through that bullshit.
Oh
That's
yeah.
the thing that really make you want to go slap a mofo. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's more than one way to skin a cat here. And I knew that there was another way. And so when I listen to my daughter after she has my third grandchild tell me, when I ask her something, she said, well, no, I'm gonna do it just like you did it. Like that makes my heart do flip,
Girl,
come
when your
full
kids succeed,
circle,
don't it just do
when it comes
everything
full
for you?
circle. They don't give it to you a lot, because whoever thinks that they having a kid because them mofos just gonna love you, you in for the biggest heartbreak of your life. Because when they start, I told my daughter the one thing she could not tell me. We could talk about anything, but the one thing she couldn't do, she could not bring some little skinny ass boy up in my house talking about he love me more than you do. That's when we're gonna test it out. We're gonna call his mama. We're gonna see if she think he loves you more than I do. Like that's
Hey,
one thing they were
See,
not allowed to say to me.
I've been quiet for a while. I want to bring in this point, and it still ties into that. And
yep.
and I think with some people when they think about having kids, they look at it as this talking point. I have had adult women state matter of factly that she loves babies but not kids. Sort of like the thousands and thousands of pet owners who had to have a kitten or puppy because they loved them when they were little and cute. So some people think that, oh,
Oh
it's so
yeah,
cute. You see it on social
yeah,
media. Oh, they so
yeah.
cute. Oh, I want a baby and all that shit. But
Absolutely
them
no
little critters,
concept.
them little
This a
critters get
human.
old. Them little critters get older, and then
And
things
start
change.
talking and thinking and having opinions and shit
Girl, but wait, the start
and
talking
all of
part.
that.
It's the talking
And no
part.
matter
Oh
how
my
much you
God.
love your kid, you're never really ready, for the first time when your child tells you no about something that you really was expecting a yes on. And yeah, all of that shit. I loved my kids when they were babies. I could dress them up in all the cute little Nike gear and shit and all that shit Yana had in her hair and all the rest of that stuff. And yeah, that didn't last long. Eventually they started walking and talking and doing things. And not that I didn't love every moment of the way, except for when they hit puberty. I must say they all needed to die at that moment, but I
Girl,
made it
we
through.
went straight to church. We went
Yeah,
straight to church. I needed
I
all
made
the
it.
help I
Yeah,
could get at 13.
I
13
made
is
it
the
through, but
devil.
yeah, I know plenty of people who only love, you know, puppies and babies, and that is absolutely no reason to have a child, but you don't know what you're gonna get when you have a baby. You have
And
no
it was the same
idea
thing.
what God is going to bless you with. You don't know if your kid is coming out with 10 fingers, 10 toes, a brilliant mind. I'm sure all these people who done
And
birthed
that's
all these
another
damn
talking point.
serial killers had no idea what they was bringing into the world, nor did, Mr. and Mrs. Obama. They had no idea that they was
Now, but
giving
they
birth
had
to
a
the
clue
first black
somewhere,
president.
though, Deb. They got a
You
clue,
know,
Rebecca. It's a clue somewhere. You don't know when they first born. That's true. But as them mofos is growing up, it's a clue or two.
you got
And
something
when your
special,
son
and
is
you
shooting
got something
birds out of
wicked.
trees and cutting their
Yeah,
heads off and bringing them in on a stick for you to look at, talking about, look at what I did.
it's
We
too
might want
late
to get
now,
them
though.
some
They
help.
yours. You got to claim their ass now.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You don't know what we don't know what we're getting. So when we decide to have children, one, it is a selfish thought for the moment, but two, shit, you playing Russian roulette. You don't know.
It's
You
completely
simply don't know.
selfish.
You just gotta pray that you're strong enough to weather the storm, and that when you put that kid out into the world, that you're not unleashing a fucking monster, on the world, that you're putting somebody out there that's gonna be productive and hopefully contribute to society with shit. You don't know.
Let me get in here and read this comment by the chief in the South. He says American society is geared towards teens and children through commercialism. Get to the child, you get the parents. More importantly, the parents' money. And I think that is very, very understated. I remember
Well, yeah,
years
that's the
ago
marketing part.
working with the school board, and we were working with the men's department on trying to get fathers to be better fathers. And one of the things I said is, look, in order to target the men, you have to go to what attracts them to this. And I said, you have to bring women in because the men will follow the women. And not to say that they need them, but in order to galvanize everybody around something, you need something that's going to be an initial draw. This is why clubs always had ladies' nights, because they knew if the women would come, men would inevitably show up. So I just wanted to put that there.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
but
say
that's not
too.
for everything.
No, 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 no.
I,
I'm just
I,
simply saying, and trying to and trying to do what we were doing with that particular program, just with that
Commer-
program.
yeah, but commercialism is geared towards wherever the money is going to come from.
Right.
Well,
If
and
it's
that's what I'm saying.
if you know what I'm saying, you can in theory, you can get my money any type of way if it interests me, not just through my kids. You know what I mean? You can get that money. You can suck up a man's money through athletics. You can suck up a man's
Yeah,
money through hats.
yeah.
You can suck up a man's money, whatever interest. I'm
Whoa!
just saying.
That again, you know
Hold
you will spend that money on them
I'm
hats,
I'm just, I'm
David.
just
up!
saying
Why
you
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 even
you
spending
you
about
might
that hat? Why
you
you
might
even
not
get mad about
spend
that hat?
$300 on a pair of
Why
shoes,
you
but
even
you would
get mad about
probably
that
spend
comment,
three
Dave?
hundred
You know you
dollars
Hey
will
on
man,
spend
I'm
money
just
on them
messing with her.
hats.
I'm messing with her. I'm messing with
I'm
her.
just saying the money's gonna come from where it's gonna come from. And you
Yeah,
could
using the kid is just
definitely
another market
make
employee,
me
just like
spend money on
everything else.
shoes, but I'm not spending I wouldn't spend $300 on a pair of Jordans because I don't like Jordans. But I would definitely spend $300 on a pair of shoes. That commercialism is geared towards whoever it is they think they can get the money from. You know what I mean? So it's people out here who spend ridiculous amounts of money on vehicles, knowing that they depreciate as soon as you roll it off the lot, but they don't care. And then other people that spend their money on food, houses, whatever the case may be. So you ain't got to just get to the teenager to get to the parent. You
But
can get to
but
the parent
I
on
was gonna
several different
say,
levels.
my mother used to always say to us when certain things occurred as children, you will understand when you have kids.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother, her life wasn't great as a child. My grandparents tried, but just like everything else, nothing comes with instructions. And mine wasn't the happiest in the world. I'll say that much. But there are some things that you have to look for the silver lining in. Like I really credit my mother for making me strong. I'm the oldest girl. So when you the oldest girl, you have to fulfill roles that you really don't have a choice. When my mother went to work, guess who ran the house? Because I was the oldest girl. So I was responsible for my siblings. You know what I'm saying? I was
Yeah.
responsible for things that I didn't think. The first time I ever washed dishes, I couldn't even see in the sink. My mother put a pot with dishwater. I mean, I don't know what you want to call it, a little container with dishwater and one with rinse water in the chair because at the time my little sister was a baby, an arm baby, and she had to attend to her. So I had to wash dishes. So I will say that, there are some things that you don't know what you're getting. You can only do the best that you can do with your children, with the information that you have. Part of the problem with people that are having children and have no intentions on raising them is they don't have good information. They don't have good understanding of whatever information is out there because they honestly think that I'm going to have this kid is going to love me unconditionally, and
Girl.
I'm going to dress this baby up, and the world is going to be great. They don't think about the when I have to enroll this kid in school. They don't think about the long nights when this child is sick, so on and so forth, or when you sick and you still got to see about these kids.
And
When I
go
was
to
eight,
work.
when I had my children, when I had all my children, and this is no joke, I was on birth control every single time. I'm one of those few people who it doesn't work for. So, you feel you taking a responsible role. You're trying to prevent this because even though you know you want to be a mother, you want it to be on down the road when you finish doing this and doing that. But I fully just believe that at the time my oldest son was born, I believe that he came to me to save my life because it put a brakes, it made me press on brakes with everything that I was doing that was just out there. You know what I'm saying? Like I was a fighter, baby. I was a fighter, okay? I wasn't gonna play with you. I even got something to say, pray with me. Pray with me, don't play with me, because I'm still not gonna play with you. But that helped me put some things in perspective in life. I was 18. I graduated high school early, and I couldn't move because my mother didn't let me move until I was an adult, technically an adult. So people have these kids, they have these crazy ideas. Me and my kid is gonna be my best friend. You didn't want to raise them. You just wanted a friend that couldn't go
Hmm.
home, basically. You wanted a
Like a
friend to
pet.
live with you. Yeah. So you have all these crazy ideas and you don't talk to anybody, you don't research, you don't look at anything. I suppose, and even with that, how Herb was saying people that are in lower classes of money um make the decision to become single parents. A lot of them I don't think are exposed to good information. They don't have I won't say the statistics, they don't have the wherewithal
Yeah.
or whatever word you want to put in there to make informed decisions.
To your
Everybody that surrounded you is in the same class, so you don't have anybody else that step in and say, "Listen, I just spent $50,000. I'm gonna say on braces. I'm giving that as an example. We know they don't cost too much, but I just had to come out my pocket on $50,000 for braces." And you think that because you put on these Jordans on this kid and this Nike suit and this all sweet, they grow up. They have needs as they grow. You know what I'm saying? And if you didn't graduate high school, there's only so far that you can go. You know what I'm saying? So I just think sometimes they really just really don't have good information and they didn't learn the lesson growing up. You're supposed to learn. You go through the things that you go through, them beat downs, butt whoopings, whatever you want to call them. You're supposed to learn something in that. Hindsight is 2020, but it don't take a rocket scientist to see that an angry mob is coming towards your way. And if you stand there, you're probably gonna get hurt. Common sense should tell you to turn around and get up out of there. But people
Well,
don't learn their lesson all the time. So
well,
that was all.
that would be the case when people have a couple, and then they end up having a couple more, and they get caught up in these same trends. They know this guy ain't no different from guy number one, but then you end up pregnant by this person, and now you 3, 4 kids into the game. Like shit.
But see, Dave, here go the
When do you
thing.
wake
They
up?
looking
When do
for
you,
they're looking for the guy to be different. It's not about the
yeah,
guy to be different. They have to be different. They have to
That
use
part.
their discernment. But here's the thing: everybody learns at their level. It takes
yeah.
some people 10 times to beat their head up against the wall. See, I can look at your story and use it as a cautionary tale. My head don't never got to hit the wall in most situations. Because I could look at you hit yours and then she did it and hit hers. Okay, it's a pattern right here. I don't need to be the third one or the fourth one that hits my head up against the same wall. Not everybody can learn the lesson like that. But that's something that was over time because I was learning different lessons. I was learning how to survive in a war every day that I woke up. So sometimes when people are going through that, you make decisions during that time that seem irrational to everybody else, but for you, it's just about getting away. So when you feel like you're lacking that love, and we know those females that are saying, "Well, I just want to have a baby because this baby will love me." It, like you said, is because they're completely ill-informed about what it is. Because if they were to think about it any further, you don't love your mom right now. So you're going to repeat that
Yep.
cycle, but they're
but
not thinking of that.
we do know that, as we say, them little cute babies, as they say, not every baby is cute. Not every baby is cute. So I'm gonna say that shit. I don't
No,
care.
they ain't.
See, I mean, whatever.
Right.
Not every baby is cute. It's a lot of monsters that's been born, and of course, I ain't gonna say that. I just keep strolling through. My bad. But
You just
these,
compliment the barrettes or something. Compliment the
yeah,
barrettes
I wasn't
or
ready.
the outfit or the
yeah.
I just because no,
I was not
I
ready
can't
for this
co-sign
statement.
with
I know you wasn't ready.
I was not ready for that
you.
statement at
Girl, you
all.
gotta stay ready for this
Yeah,
dude
I know you.
here.
Girl, I was
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
ready.
But
no.
listen,
Yeah.
those kids get older. In this day and age, they see shit. Everything is again social media, flossing and whatever. And sooner or later, if that kid can never have that, it's gonna be some resentment. And that goes into the first point about kids being an adult business because they every time you ask your parent for something, they're like, "Nah, I don't got it," or whatever. But then you may have that other parent that has it. Who do you think they're gonna lean with?
Yeah.
Well,
Who
see,
do you think they're
children,
gonna
once
go with?
once a
You
child
hit on
sees how
something
full of
though,
shit their
Dave.
parents are, then that's when the disrespect and the rebellion come in. And what I
But
mean
he
is,
hit on something.
parents say
I'm
again.
Go
saying,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm saying he really hit on something, and I don't know why I didn't think of that. He was speaking about the internet. Now, when I grew up and when my kids came up, there were still payphones. Okay, you
Yeah.
can find a payphone. You better get to that phone and call. I'm not buying those cell phones, but they're in adult things because everything is at their fingertips.
Right.
Mhm.
Everything,
Hmm.
everything. There is nothing that
You
is off
can't hide
limits.
nothing from them.
Right. When you was in kindergarten, you wasn't exposed to certain things because you was in kindergarten. You didn't get exposed to other things till you got to the fourth or fifth grade. You know what I'm saying? But
Age
now
appropriate.
because every single thing is at their fingertips, they don't have to ask you anything or anything. It's right there.
Well,
So
see,
Girl,
that's
but
they don't
here's the
have
part
to
of
thing:
the
know how
kids
to
business.
never,
read or
kids have
write. All
never
they have to
really
do
had
is
to
speak it,
ask
and
their
Siri
parents
will tell
anything
them.
to get in trouble. The internet just provided a different way to me because kids been getting in trouble, making stupid decisions, getting pregnant, and all of that stuff before they had the internet at their fingertips. For me, that just means that means it's the job of the parents to get that much more diligent, just like your parents used
Yes.
to watch what you watched on TV. And if they
Absolutely.
came in and you had snuck and put it to a different channel, they took that bitch out your room. That's on the parents
Yeah.
because that's
When
like blaming
HBO first
McDonald's
came
because
out,
right because
Yep.
that's like blaming McDonald's because somebody went off of their diet. No, it's there. It's up to you to stick to it. It's up to the parents to monitor exactly what's going on. My 4-year-old, she just got a little iPad, but it is strictly and it only has things on it that are age appropriate for her. And so my daughter is on it because she got that from me. I was on everything. If they was looking at something, what you looking at? Like I don't care
You better
about if
say
they
it.
feelings get hurt because I'm invading their privacy. I don't got no privacy. You lucky I let you close the door when you go to the bathroom. I pay all the bills
That
up
part.
in here. I do understand that to a certain level, you need some privacy just as a human being. But when it comes to my job is to protect you, even if that means protecting you from yourself. So yeah, mom gonna know everything. If it's a note that come up in here, just consider it read. Because I done went through
girl,
your
yeah.
drawers.
You know
I
what?
used to
And,
tell
and
them
I
it
agree
wasn't
with
no
that.
secret.
I
Because they
definitely
dumb enough
agree
to
with that.
write everything down. They was dumb enough to
My
write everything
computer.
down on notes back in our day.
Yeah.
I thought
No,
I
my
was the only
computer
one
sat in
that
the
knows
middle.
through my kids' stuff, so I feel better.
No, I went through all. I
Girl.
went through everything. I didn't buy cell phones for my children. I don't. I didn't believe in that. My computer sat in the middle of the dining room, facing
Right.
everything,
It wasn't in no
and they were
private
locked out.
room where they get to know. Like,
I don't play. I didn't play that. But I
I
mean,
thought
this is
I
this is
really
part of.
truly thought I was the only parent
Oh
girl,
no, baby.
who went through
Oh
their
no.
kids
no.
stuff, and I was just trying to
Oh
stay
no.
informed.
Because
It
you
wasn't
have
that I was
to.
trying
It's
to.
your job to
Yeah,
guide them, and you know exactly what's out there. Like you said, hindsight is
hell
2020.
yeah.
You know
Absolutely.
exactly what is out there, whether you have a girl or whether you have a boy. You know exactly what is out there
Yeah.
waiting. And so it's your. For me, I feel like you're doing your kid a disservice if you're not going
Yeah.
through their shit. Because it may be something you need to talk to me about. I don't know you talking to this person over here
Your
and they
best
don't know shit
friends,
from
yeah.
Shinola about. In that instance, I'm your best friend because I'm the person who's never gonna lie. Girl, let me tell you something. I was so jealous when my daughter came home talking about she had a best friend. I said, who is your best friend? Girl, ain't nobody paying no bills for you, making sure you got food and a roof and all this stuff. I taught them what I wanted them to know that friendship was. No, it ain't just a word that you throw out there.
I'm
My
so proud
granddaughter
of
right
us.
now, my granddaughter right now, when she talking about my best friend, what makes me a best friend? We have to have a discussion about it. Because there's nothing wrong with having best friends, but that's a title that you don't give out freely. That's
With that.
it's not it's a cutesy thing. Cause see, best friends do a lot. It's responsibilities with best friends. And so for me, as your best friend, I'm going through all of your shit so I can make sure
Okay.
that nothing's
I
happening that me
girl,
or you is gonna regret. And
I
that I
really
need to
thought I was the
and you know
only
what? Me
parent
going
who
through my
read.
daughter's stuff helped when we got called to the office, a group of girls. They had been through some stuff. And so I done read all the letters, and I'm in the Navy at this time. So I done took off work to go to this school to handle this nonsense. Girl talking about, they wrote nasty stuff about me and all this stuff. And I asked the parent, I didn't even talk to the kids, not talking to the kids. I asked her mother, why didn't you contact me when you found out that there was a problem?
Yeah.
Your kid has been to my house. Your kid spends the night at my house, and that didn't go down for me unless I talked to the parents we had met and all of that.
Right.
So you know me. She said, well, I didn't have your number. I turned her door and said, what's my phone number? She recited that. I said, so, okay. So now I know where we're standing at. I said, but have you seen the letters and things that your daughter, the one who was complaining about being bullied, have you seen the letters and things that your daughter has been passing around? Because just in case you haven't, I got a copy of the letters at my house.
That's where you get the moms that say,
yes,
my
your
kid,
daughter talking about how she was sucking dick over here and all this stuff and expecting her friends not to spread that rumor in school. I was like, so it's not that the girls are spreading it. Your daughter started this rumor. Here go the letter that she wrote my daughter. And here go my daughter's response. You stupid. That's what my daughter said. You stupid. They had passed the note around. And I'm like, so yeah, go to everybody listening. If you have children, go through their internet. First of all, get a computer and, like she said, put it in the middle of the room, facing everybody, so that if anybody get on it, you know what's on there. Stop blaming other things other than your parenting skills for how your children are behaving, because you have control of your house, not the computer, not the internet, not the TV, not the phones. You are supposed to have control in your house.
Absolutely.
So,
I used to tell my kids all the time when they were on punishment, I was on punishment too, because it takes a lot of work to monitor your child the way that you hear it in your mind. That's an all day, every day thing.
Sending a kid to their room that has a PlayStation, TV, computer, and all that, sending them to their room is really giving them an escape hatch from you.
Yeah.
They rather go to their room where they got all their shit at, like how I did. Because look, my kids had all that stuff in their room. But here's what I did: we're gonna go to your room and we're gonna throw all that shit away. And I made them carry it to the dumpster. We're gonna throw it all away since you don't appreciate it. Now, I went back at night when they went to sleep and got that shit back out. That shit cost money. But they had to earn it back one by one. See, I gave a whole lot. Now, if I paid for it, I went back and got it. If they dad paid for it, I left that shit in the dumpster. Now, I know that may sound petty. I know it do. I wasn't perfect.
Let me tell you something.
I know. But if I paid for it, they had to earn it back one by one. I gave a whole lot because it was a lot to take away all at once. And they had to earn the shit back one by one.
If I threw it away, it's gone. I don't care who bought it. I used to tell my kids, I don't care what you got. If it make you act a fool, you don't need it, and it's going goodbye. I have thrown away game systems in the middle of the street that I purchased. You will not get it back. That is the end of that. And when my kids got sent to their room, they got sent to their room with a book and paper. You gonna read this book, and I want the essay, because I'm not gonna give you a book that I didn't already read. You gonna read this book, and it better make sense when you write it. I'm not playing with you. I don't have time. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I got stuff to do. I'm not about to play with you. But if I threw something away, if they know they're gonna get it back, it's not a punishment. When I threw it away, it's gone. It's not coming back.
Well, for me, the reason I gave it back to them was because I also wanted to teach them that they could redeem themselves and that they could earn something back. So, but that was my way. I'm not knocking anybody else's way, but they had to earn it back one by one, because I wanted them to know that there were going to be consequences for the things that they did, but I also wanted them to know that there was going to be, they could also earn back redemption and they could get it back, but it was going to be, it was some stringent things that they had to go through in order to earn it back. But that was my
Yeah, but it
tactic,
made them think
because
twice
For
about
me,
making that same mistake
absolutely,
again.
Right,
because
and
they,
that's
like
and
I
that's
said,
the
for
important thing
me,
I
because they
want to
ain't want
drive
to go
home.
through it at
Got to
all.
make them uncomfortable. That's the
and
key
They
here,
want
thing.
to be
It,
uncomfortable.
and
Got to be
here it
uncomfortable.
was for me. Here it was for me. You can redeem yourself. You can earn something back, but you're not going to earn back what I got rid of. You can qualify for something else that you want, no problem. But if I got rid of it, it's gone. That's over with. Now, if you want something else that you can qualify for that, you can redeem yourself and you can get that. But I'm not giving you back what I got rid of, because anything that makes you act a fool or anything that makes you act contrary to what I taught you, you don't need it. Because see, this gonna make
Oh
you
no,
act a
they
fool
just thought I
again.
bought it again. I would just put it in a box, girl, and act like I bought
No, baby.
it again. I just
It
wasn't gonna
was
spend the
goodbye.
money twice.
I
They didn't
can't
know it was
throw
the
away
same
nothing that
one.
cost
I
me
put it in
too
the
much
box, girl.
money.
Hey, you earned it back, girl. I put it in the box. I went through a lot. I was a very intense parent. I went through a
I
lot.
feel like we all
But
were. I feel like
girl,
we all
I
were.
would put
It
it in a
just
box and
raising
everything.
kids
It would
is not
come.
easy.
No.
Raising
And
kids
when
is
you're
not
conscious
easy because
about
you don't
raising
know
your
what you're
kids,
gonna
it's
get.
definitely not
And the
easy,
worst
because when
thing
you're
is that you see all the bad things about yourself and your children, and you try to purge them of that shit, and it's that's not what that is. It just raising kids ain't easy. A lot of that shit is trial and error. I look at my oldest daughter, and she really is my shining star, and I ask her all the time about how she was raised, and how she felt about it, and because we moved to Texas at such a young age, she really did have to grow up quick, to help the whole unit succeed. But you don't know what you're going to get these damn days. You don't, and
See, I
you
can't
got
just
to do
come to
what
my
you got
daughter
to
and
do.
ask like that. I can't do that. That go into not knowing what you gonna get. Cause she swear to God that I'm making it weird. Like she can't give it to me like that. Now, if she gives it to me, it has to be like in the midst of some other conversation. Like if somebody else disappoints me, she'll be like, "Well, mom, you raised us to," and then she'll give it to me then. But it can't be me coming to her and saying, "Brandy, hey, what do you think about the shit, mom, you making it where she's me in reverse. She does me to me." And so like that, I understand that people could want to choke me sometimes. I get it. Like if it gets on your nerves, imagine how I feel about it. I can't turn it off. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But my
Yeah, but
son,
you know what? As
my
a
son
parent,
will give it to me though. My son will give it to me though. He likes to talk to me about the life lessons that
My
he
daughter does
learned
too.
because of
Yeah.
things that we did. And so those are
Yep.
moments that you don't even know that you need as a parent. When your
But you
adult
do,
kid
don't you?
comes back to you and says, "You know what? I know exactly what you was doing when you did this," or "Mom, let me ask you, was this what you was trying to do?" It's a beautiful thing. So it makes it all worth it in the end. But
Yeah,
let
it
me tell
do.
you, you go through some moments where you want to choke them mofos out though. Like you
yeah,
do. If
too.
you don't
I
want to choke
think
them out,
parents,
you ain't doing
I
it right.
think, I think we forget too that as a parent, you have to realize your own limitations. You know what I'm saying? I know me. Like I used to tell, listen, depending on what it may be at that particular moment. Now, mind you, I was fairly young when I had my kids. If something occurs, I may respond like this. Give me 10 minutes. I'll get myself together and we'll come back and let's get back to this. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to recognize your limitations. That's the stuff that people don't ever tell you. What are you going to do when this kid want to stand toe to toe with you? You know what I'm
Amen.
saying? And I know I have my limitations. And
Man.
see, I'm ready to tear your head off your body. I'm not doing this with you. You know what I'm saying? So you have to recognize those limitations as yourself. My son is much like your son. My son asked me one day out the clear blue, "Hey, Ma, who were you before I was born?" I'm like, who even thinks about
Girl.
that? Why are you even asking me?
Girl.
But I like that because he's a
Love
thinker.
it.
And I love that question because it made me define some things for them. You know what I'm saying? So it's stuff like that that comes back on the back end and you love it. But when you going through it, not only don't they come with instructions, You don't come with instructions at that point. You're no longer the person you was when you have children.
I
You
And
are
think we
see,
now
all
in charge.
exceeded our limitations. To make it through parenthood, to at least make it
Child.
through successfully, for you to be in one piece and them to be in one piece, I think we all exceeded our limitations.
and
you
counsel.
you were faced with something, especially if you truly love your child and you're trying to make sure that they grow up, and not be an asshole. You push yourself beyond anything that you
Yes.
ever thought you could do in order to make sure that that family unit grows up. If you're blessed enough to be married and have a someone in the home with you, marriage in itself to me is a whole, just
Girl.
I just don't understand it. But when it comes to raising kids, when you sit down and think, especially in the early days, I had moments when we were down here and I lost my job and I really thought we were coming home. And I was on my last little bit of money. And I remember calling my family and I was like, someone needs to come get us now, because by the end of the month, it's going to be a wrap. And I remember for like 4 days, me and the kids were eating corn and rice. That's all I had left, literally. And in the morning, I would sprinkle some sugar on it. And in the afternoon, I put some butter on it. In the evening, I tried
Girl,
to make
yeah,
it a
do
little
what you do.
fancier. And I remember telling them, y'all eat first whatever's left. I would eat whatever they left on their plate. And at the very last minute, I found a job. And it really was truly just, it worked out just like that. And I think back on the moments now, how the hell did I do that? Because there's no way it should have worked out the way that it did. And I think as parents, especially when you want to be successful, you will move a damn mountain to make some shit work. So I think we have all exceeded our limitations, especially when it comes to our kids, notwithstanding, our careers and marriages or relationships and all the rest of that shit. But when you become a parent, I don't give a damn what nobody say. I could throw my cape on, damn it, because I know I was somebody's superhero. Shit.
Well, they say
So
that's what two of the hardest things: marriage and parenting.
you
Whatever.
ain't lying.
There's no blueprint. There's no one size fit all model for any of that. There, you can talk to whoever you want to talk to about that. Your parents, um, anybody. There's relationship experts or whoever the case is. There's no one who can dictate your situation and
Right.
that, which makes it so difficult. And each when you have multiple children, each and every one of them are their own individuals. So
Man.
what works for
Man.
one may
Boy,
not
oh
work for
boy.
another. So you got to have a lot of tricks in your game to deal with all of that. It's a lot to it. It's a lot to it.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I don't understand why anybody would sign up for a lifelong commitment unnecessarily. You know what I'm saying? You don't want
Because
kids.
they're not,
You
because
don't
they're
want
not,
kids.
that's not what they're thinking about. Because so listen, and when we talk about, single parents, we can't talk about people deciding to be single parents without talking about the men that, not everybody is deciding to be a single parent. Some dudes,
Right.
you have to ask that question to dudes too. Why are you having children that you have no intention of sticking
Absolutely.
around to raise? Because the women have answered
Absolutely.
the question. We've been honest about why. And so the men need to answer that question too, because there are no single mothers without a dude that skipped out for whatever
This
reason.
That's right.
Unless
power
that
of
dude is not,
you know
unless that,
what.
I don't care the power of nothing. Because here's the thing: we just gave you examples of how we have to stand up when a woman becomes a single mother. She has, if she's a good mother, she's gonna move heaven and earth to make sure that that kid is taken care of. See, dudes that abandon their kids, they opt out of that. That's usually the time that they want to go find themselves. Well, I'm not ready to be a father. I'm not ready to be a mother either, but I gotta pull it out. I had a conversation
Oh,
with my mom when I went back about me traveling, and she was like, when she found out that I drove 8 hours to be there for the birth of my third granddaughter, She said, well, you just must love to travel. And I said, no, actually, I have a driving anxiety. I'm terrified to drive, but this is where my babies are. So it's not even about whether I like it. It's just what has to be done. A lot of times
Yes,
people
Steve.
don't, they decide what they're going to do based on if they like it. And so when it comes to raising kids, it's a lot of shit you got to do that you don't want to do, because that's what goes along with it. But the men that decide to abandon those children and that woman, they're not even thinking of it as I'm abandoning my baby. I just don't want nothing to do with her. They're not thinking about that. And so
I keep
men
telling
need to
y'all.
answer that question as well. And
I
and
keep
and and,
telling
and
y'all
a, they need
that
to answer
many of
that
them
question of
travel the
why
path
it
at
is
least.
that they're not wrapping it up. I know the reason they're not wrapping it up, if they don't, because they, they want to feel it raw, but them couple of minutes of feeling it raw, and all of a sudden you're in a child support system that you know is unfair, that you don't want to be in, yet you take no precaution to keep yourself out of that system. And may I submit that the system is supposed to be easy for you. It's not supposed to be easy for you to abandon your child. So that's why those laws are so jacked up. It's not supposed that, because it's supposed to be making you think. In my mind, it should make you think. If you don't want to be, we talk about the women, we talk about the decisions that they make, but they're not the only decision makers in that process. And
So
so
what?
the women
Let me,
answer that family. So I would love for the men to answer
Yeah.
that question
Okay. Well, you got
on
to.
their end. Why are you
So what
making
if you?
babies that you have no intention of taking care of?
So what if you have? What if you have a man, like I always say, travel the path of least
See,
resistance?
here we
And
go.
you say,
Like I
see, you
just want
want?
to answer to that question. Why are men
Do you want
having
us to talk or not?
babies?
Do you want
That
us to
Well,
talk
I
or
want
not?
you to answer that question, because you want to
Okay.
answer the question with a
I don't
question.
have to
I
answer
want the
directly.
answer
I
to
can
that
lead up
question.
to it. I can lead up to it.
There you go. Lead up to it. Let's go.
So, like I said, what if you had that person that, like you said, oh, I don't want to wear a condom, I don't want to feel it, but he has a kid by this woman, and then essentially he like, okay, I don't like this situation. Then he gets with a woman who he has a kid by her, and she say, well, you just gonna pretty much have to stay home with the baby. You ain't got to worry about nothing. You ain't got to pay nothing. You ain't got to work, whatever. I'm gonna work or whatever. Some people find situations that work for them, and that's what they deal with. I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't
No,
want to
you're
believe
not
it.
answering my question at all.
Oh,
Not at
how
Thank
am
you.
I
all.
not answering it?
That we went in, we were honest, we opened up, and what you're giving me is an excuse.
well,
Why are
Sharia,
men, why
hold on,
are
David. Hold
there
on, David.
men
Yeah.
Sharia,
that are having babies and
Sharia,
they have no intention of raising them? That's the
Sharia,
same question you
She don't
asked
want to
me.
hear
Can
it.
you
She just
Sharia,
want
fix
to
it?
respond. She just want to respond.
Absolutely.
Sharia. First of all, David can't give you a direct answer about a situation he has never been in.
You are the
You
direct, I
can
know
get,
that.
hold on. You can give a direct answer about a situation you've been in because you've been there. Now, if we're going to look at statistics, particularly regarding black men, half of us don't have children. There's only 20% of us who are running around getting multiple women pregnant and leaving them. So it's only a small segment. So when men tell women about that, the first thing we're chastised, the first thing that happens is we're chastised, talking about you just mad because I won't give you any. Then when the situation turns around to bite a woman in the ass and that same guy complains, we say, we told you, but you didn't want to listen. Those guys that are
You
doing
told
that
us
don't
what?
give
You
a damn.
told them what? Go back for a
Don't
second. You
deal with
told them
him.
what?
Don't deal with that guy because he is no
That's not
good.
what I'm. Are you
Sharia.
telling me that as the men that are, because you're the men that we're talking to, so the only ones we can ask is you, and so
No,
I
no, no, no,
know
no.
that you
You
don't
can
have.
ask us, but you can also go research it.
Just like you can research the question. Why is it that we always have to research when it comes to men answering questions, but you want an answer? If you're
I, I
telling
didn't,
me right
I didn't,
now,
I didn't
I'm
say you
asking
have
you
to. I
guys,
said you
I am
can. I'm
okay, and I'm
telling you.
asking you
You're not
simply
accepting the answer.
if
You're not accepting the answer
it's
because it
no
doesn't align with
answer.
what you
There
want
is
to
no
hear.
answer. There is
That's
no answer.
because, wait a
So
minute
let me
now.
There
say
is no
this.
answer.
Wait a minute now. She said, hold
Let me
on.
right.
What she said was, y'all posed this question about people having children and not wanting to raise them. All three of the women on the panel have talked about, mind you, we are mothers, our decision to have children, why, the great things, the bad things, everything about it. So she posed a question back to men who are not taking care of their children. And what Dave did was he gave a scenario, and which I
mindset. I
understand the
gave a
scenario,
mindset.
but
I gave a
it doesn't
mindset.
answer the question. Wait a minute. I'm not saying it was wrong, baby. I'm just saying it was a scenario. And then you chimed in and said, well, he can't give you an answer about something he don't know about. And I'm assuming that's you too. And you said, go look it up, read the statistics.
No.
And maybe you're
Hold
right.
on.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. It doesn't feel that way to me. But then again, I'm not a man. But again, the question is why would a man have a baby if he had no intentions of raising it? And if you're saying, oh, it's because he had a baby by another woman and then he found another woman and she was, that doesn't make any sense to me.
What I'm saying is this: the men who are engaging in that type of behavior don't care. Period.
Oh, well, you could have
They
just
don't
said
care.
that.
I said that.
That's
I
the
said they don't
answer
care.
to you didn't. You took us through all of that other stuff
I
because
said
I'm asking you
I
guys
gave
the
you this.
reason
I
that we're
gave you the
asking you.
statistical breakdown. That
Listen,
was the
the
first
reason
thing I
that I'm
did was gave
asking
the
the two of
statistical
you are
breakdown.
because
I
you
said
are the
David
two
and I
guys
don't
that
know
we
how
have
to answer
on
the
the line.
question in that regard, and I gave you the statistical breakdown. I said the
You
20%
didn't
of the
need to
men
give
who
me a
are out here
statistical
doing that.
breakdown to say the reason that they do that is because they don't care.
But I said that
That
you're
was
asking why they
simple.
do it. They don't care because they
So,
know
do you
there's no
mind
real
if I ask the
repercussion.
question? So, do
That's
you
Because
the
guys
that's the
mind?
answer because they don't care.
you're telling me
That's
that's
the
Okay.
not the
answer.
answer, but you're asking me a question.
In my frame
I
of
No.
think.
reference, in my
Can I
frame of
say something?
reference, in my frame of reference was more like, more than likely, if they did it to you, they did it to someone else, and they
Right.
a better
That doesn't
situation.
explain why they're
Wait a
doing it
minute.
though.
Let me wait.
It's
Let me
it's
let me
this
say
is saying like
this.
I'm trying to explain something that really is answered by they don't care. There is no explanation for they don't care. They don't care.
Okay, so this is
It
kind of
doesn't
what I'm
align
thinking.
with what you feel, so it's wrong.
Why are you screaming?
You
This
you
is the question that I
First,
feel like she's
I
kind of
agreed and
asking.
I said okay when I
Do,
heard you
do,
say that they don't care because that's the answer that I can accept. I couldn't accept the other stuff that sounded like excuses that you were given, but to just
but
come out and say
there
they
is
don't
no
care,
excuse for a
that's
man
the
that
most
doesn't
direct
engage in that type of
answer.
behavior.
That's the most direct answer
so
that you gave. And I was appreciative of that answer that they just don't care. That I can accept because that's exactly what it feels like. I can accept that. All the other statistic and all that stuff, that's that. Just like y'all always tell me y'all don't want the unnecessary stuff, y'all want to say the unnecessary stuff. It was unnecessary because the answer, like you just said, is that it's not even an answer for those mofos because they don't care because they're just trifling and they don't care. And so, yeah, I can accept that answer all day. It was the
I can
scenarios and
too.
stuff that I don't, yeah, I can accept that because that's a truthful answer. That's an answer that's not trying to absolve anybody from responsibility. They don't care. And there's nothing you can do to make a person care that doesn't care. So that I can accept. It's
I
the
wish
other
you had
stuff
a
that I ain't
dad
want to
on the
hear.
panel that was raising his kids without the mother. Because I
I
would
was
love to hear
thinking.
his perspective.
Oh,
Well,
I
see,
think they're
here's
awesome
what
because they got to understand exactly what I think they're
Yeah.
awesome. A dude
Yeah.
that can do it. I think they're awesome.
here's what I was thinking. You've heard all of us women at one point say, well, I talked to someone and this is the way that that individual felt, or I, had this conversation with this particular woman and this is what I learned from that, and so on and so forth. I think originally what the answer she was looking for was, hey, I know y'all know somebody. What do they say? Is more of the answer that she was looking for.
And you don't think that scenario,
So damn
whatever, was
simple.
something I heard from someone? I didn't have to say it. We talk to people. We had these conversations, and they say stuff like that. Nah, dog, whatever. I'm good over here. Good over here. Yeah, I keep my little kid, my little man, whatever. I ain't got to go to work, whatever. The truth of the matter is, if I work, shit, child support gonna eat up everything anyway. So I ain't got to pay nothing. I'll stay over here. I'm playing a game. I'm doing whatever. There's some guys that say this type of stuff, whatever. Y'all don't want to hear it. Yeah, I want to
I didn't
dispute.
say that. I didn't say I didn't want to
No,
hear
I
that.
didn't say that. I'm asking about
I
if they
didn't
have.
say that.
I said if they that to me, what you answered was why they're not doing. I said if they don't want to raise them, if they know that they're not sticking around. For me, the scenario you gave was somebody who's around, but hey, if I go to work, child support gonna give me. If I do that, it sounds like that person is in their kid's life. The question that was asked is the people who are having them and have no intention of raising them. The dude is like, yeah, I'm just sticking and moving. I don't give a fuck. And I know that you guys talk to other dudes. I know that you mentor other dudes. And so I was looking for what that mentality was. And Herb gave it to me after teeth pulling, which is that they don't care. And that's the most honest
Yeah,
answer, is that they don't
essentially,
care.
essentially, they may not care. Or again, when I say some people travel the path of least resistance, wherever it's not a debate or a big argument, and they go somewhere and they find like I got a roof over my head, I got food coming in, shit, I got clothing, shelter, and I'm there for our baby or whatever the case is while she's working. I'm good with that.
These are what we refer to as the homosexuals. The
The
men who
what?
have
Hobo,
homosexuals.
Hobo,
Yes.
Hobo, right? Homosexual.
Homosexuals are men who have no jobs. They go from place to place, relying on a woman to take care of them, and they'll provide something for them, whether it's sex, in-house babysitter while she goes to work, or things of that nature. Some of them have children that they're not taking care of. These are the men that complain about the child support system. The average rank and file man who has a child who's divorced, who's active in his or her son's life, they're not complaining about the child support system from the aspect of they having to pay. They're complaining about the child support system because the child support system forces them to be a financial father while robbing them of the ability to be an actual father. Those are the stories that y'all never hear about because y'all don't walk in those circles. That's
I do.
understandable.
No, I
That's
hear about those
understandable.
all the time. I know men personally that go through that.
Okay.
So it's we know that those people exist. I just, I like I said, I like it to be fair on both sides. When you have us opening up, I want the men to do the same thing because that's
But
how
that, but that,
those gray areas that you always talk about. We
but
want
that's
a
what I'm
straight
telling you.
answer.
David and I can't
Sometimes
open up
we just
about
want to
something
know.
that we don't have the experience to open up about. You're
You
asking
don't
us to
need
give
to
you an
have
answer we
what
can't give you.
I'm asking you to give it to me based on the fact that we all know that you all are running in the circles where you are talking to men of other classes that are doing other things. You're mentoring and everything like that. We know that you're doing this. And so I'm expecting that there's some type of perspective that you can bring from those mentalities and say, well,
But
listen,
there
of the
isn't.
dudes we deal with, this is what the consensus is. This is what's been saying. Boys
Okay,
don't want to do that boys club though. Y'all want to do that.
let me spin this in a different manner so you can understand exactly what it is I'm trying to give to you.
I
I
got you.
can't ask a man
I
what it's like
understood
to
it.
experience childbirth. It's impossible. It's something we can't do. When you ask that question, that's in a manner what you were
But when you
asking for.
run,
We're asking for
Passing
a
kidney
hold
stone.
on,
What you want
when
to
you
hear
run
with us?
across a dude
hold
that go
on,
send chicks raw,
hold
you don't
on.
ask them what they're thinking.
But you want that information right now. You act as if those are the conversations that we have when we get with guys. We don't. We don't have kids, so the kids are the farthest things from our mind and conversations. We ask about game, maybe the work, maybe the female you're dealing with. We don't necessarily ask another guy how his kid is doing unless you have a child and those children play together. That's a female behavior. Men don't do
That
that. You want masculine men to engage in female behavior. We don't work like
that's
that.
not female
So when you
behavior.
guys said
That is
last
not
week that you
female
were
behavior.
in groups that you were
Go.
talking to dudes and you were telling them about how they were being bitch ass dudes, what group are you talking about? because
That
you
right
Male
want us
there.
that you guys
behavior.
talk in those circles. Okay, the male
We call
behavior
Yeah,
out
of
but
what?
male
Of abandon.
behavior when we say
So
that. We're
what is
not
male
talking about
behavior?
female
Is it
that's
male
behavior.
not male
behavior of abandoning
behavior.
children?
Or
Is that
that's
one of
not
the
female
behaviors that you
behavior,
talk
a
about?
father
Listen,
engaging in a
Is that one of the
conversation with
behaviors that you
another
talk about?
father about their child. That's
most
not female behavior.
most
Stop
guys
complaining.
that
Don't complain. Do not
behave
complain.
like most
Don't.
guys that behave like that aren't part of these groups, whatever. You have these conversations and you know these people because they share with you and they may be like on a more personal connection. They're not going on social media and talking about that stuff, whatever. Usually the guys are speaking on it, like you said, they may be mentors, that may be part of their jobs, and they bring in that element to the conversation.
Okay, well, which means as women on the panel, we're never gonna get the real male perspective
No,
on
hold on.
this
You'll
because
get it. You can't get it from
wait a
David and
minute,
myself.
you're never gonna have a dad on here or a man that has children that aren't taking care of them or a man that's just a your average raggedy ass man. You're never gonna have him on the
No, I'm a
panel.
dad. I just don't advertise my kids on there. I take care of them. I take care of it. So take care of them. So that's the bottom line.
Because you ain't gonna never have a raggedy man on there to
I'm just
that
saying,
don't on the panel that don't take their
when
bill.
y'all come up with these discussions and
That's
you have
why
women
it
on
feels
here that
one-sided.
give an honest scenario or life event, you're never really gonna have a man on here that is you know what I'm saying? We're never gonna get that honest answer because we're talking to two men that aren't dads. I'm
I
assuming
said
you.
it. I
Wait
just
a
said
minute.
I'm sorry,
Wait
Rebecca.
a
I
minute.
stand corrected. I missed.
I'm assuming you're not
because,
raggedy.
because
And
like
so
Herb
we're
said,
never gonna hear an honest answer from a man or a dad about any of these topics that we talk about. We're only gonna get your perspective or what you think or a statistic about any given scenario. So there's never gonna be a man on here that's got 3 or 4 kids and be like, yeah, I laid all them seeds and fuck you hoes. We're never gonna hear that. We're
well, I
never
don't
gonna
think,
hear that
well,
because
yeah.
y'all don't know
I'm right
these
here.
people.
Well, I don't, myself or Herb, like I said, Herb, like he said, he stand corrected. I have children. I'm just, I don't advertise like he said. I'm not going to be the one like, oh yeah, my kid, this and that, whatever. This is not their platform. I don't address that because I try to handle my business as far as that. So you're not going to
But we're
have.
talking about parenting.
Yeah, but if you're a
But
dad,
but
Talking about
hold on,
if
hold on.
parenting.
we're on
Oh,
here,
wait a minute.
wait
One
a
moment.
minute.
One moment.
If you're
One
a
moment,
father
please.
and we're on
One
and
moment.
we're on here,
One moment. This is why I said that is not male behavior because we don't do that. Women do. You're communal by
I'm
nature,
talking
and
about
that's
right
what do you
now.
mean that men
Her,
don't
we're talking
inquire
about
about
right
their
now
children
on
and
this
they don't talk
platform. We're
about
talking
raising
about
their children?
parenthood.
What the fuck?
So this
What
Listen,
do
would
you
be
listen,
a
mean?
listen.
good
Herb,
time.
Herb
This
is
would be a
correct.
good.
don't get.
I could be on the phone with one of my homeboys for 3 hours, and sometimes we catch up, and we never mention about the kids or anything. We just talk about sports. We like might talk about women. You may laugh. You may talk about
And
old experiences and all that stuff. And you might
But
say
you
how the
never talk
family.
about your
You might say
children.
here's the
how the
thing. I
family.
It's
do
female
understand that.
behavior.
I
We don't
do get that.
engage in that.
I don't.
I absolutely get that. But here's my
I
question.
don't.
Is that to say, David, okay, you guys don't talk to your friends about it, but you, as a father, is that to say that you don't have an opinion about dudes that just drop seeds and leave? Because you are a dad and you know the dedication that it took for you to do what it is that you needed to do to be the type of dad that you wanted to be. So for me, it would seem like you would have an opinion about, because I don't know if you have a daughter or you have a son or you have, but it's like you do have an opinion, because her whole argument was that we were asking two men that didn't have the experience, and we find out that you do have that experience as a father. And so now it's like, and I understand that it's not a male thing that, when you're talking to your guys, I understand that completely. You talking about the game or whatever, I know dudes that talk about the kids and everything else because the kids in the background, but that you still have a perspective, you have an opinion based on your experience as a dad
Yeah, and I'm
on
telling
dudes
you,
that would just leave their kids. Like,
and that's what I try to tell you. Some of them travel the path of least resistance, whatever foot I say. I'm not that type, whatever, because I still want to stand strong in who I am. No, I'm not going to be no daddy daycare or whatever the case to stay there, whatever. I'm going to work and do what I got to do, and I'm going to provide. Some of those other cats,
So wait,
these is conversations that you may have, and they may tell you, like, yo, so why are you doing this? Nah, man, I got with old girl because shit, I can't do this child support thing. I got 7 kids. I got 8 kids. I got people my age, whatever, that got 8, 9 kids. And I'm like, how the hell? Like, damn. Yeah, but you only take those conversations so far. We don't go so deep into it to kind of chastise them. You're like, oh, well, you get little
y'all can
bits and
save that for us. Y'all save the chastising for us.
no, we
For
just
the
put these
decisions,
I'm
questions
for
out
the
there.
disappointed.
decisions that we
Not
should have
I'm
made.
specific.
disappointed. I'm
I
just
don't know
gonna say
why.
that I'm
Why you
disappointed
here's
disappointed,
the
Why?
Rebecca?
Why?
problem.
Why?
because
Here's
to
the
find
problem
out
I have
that
with those
that
statements.
not that it's my business that you're a parent, but you're a father, and we haven't heard shit from you. You didn't even try to chime in and say, as a dad, my experience was, or anything. You literally just sat there and you didn't
This is not
say it.
personal. We don't take this as this. We don't take this as personal. We chime in. Y'all don't want to give all the personal details. These is questions.
Okay.
It's
But
not so much.
listen, you're gonna have to
Okay.
be fair.
Duly
But
Wait.
we're
You're
noted.
gonna
saying
have
that
to
we're
wait a
having
minute,
real
wait a minute.
Duly noted.
You're
conversations, and we
gonna
can't
have to
have real
be wait a minute.
conversations.
No, you're gonna have to be
That is
fair.
duly
Your
noted.
whole topic says understanding occurs in the gray area. You're in the gray area and you have the authority and the understanding to speak on it, but you closed your mouth. With that being said, there is no way
Duly
that you can
noted.
tell me that you can't tell me that talking about one another's kid is a solely female event because I've seen it too many times where men call other men to say to them, hey, this is what's happening and I need some input. I don't want to take it to there or take it to there. Now, I've seen that personally. So to say that men don't do that and that's solely a female response is untrue and is not something that can just be accepted like that. Somebody asking a direct question is because they're seeking knowledge.
I
You
said
have the
why?
ability
You
to
said
speak
why
on
do
that.
man? You said why do man drop seeds and do
No,
all
I
that?
asked
If
the
that's
same
not the
question
case, you're
that
not
Herb asked. I
irresponsible.
named it. I asked the same question. Herb asked the question earlier. Why do people have babies that they have no intention of raising? That was the question. And we answered it from the woman's perspective. And I was just looking for the men to chime in. And we got all of the, well, we can't answer that question. We can't do this because, and it's just, we come because it's supposed to be real conversations. And I don't
All right,
know how
Saria,
you can have
Saria,
a real conversation if you're
let me
not
stop you
getting
right there, Saria.
personal and opening up.
I want to stop you right there. If David is an active father and I don't have any children, can we really answer that particular question?
You can answer any
Yes,
question you
because
want.
we're
You can
No,
answer
hold
already
any
on,
question you
hold
parents.
on,
want
We're
hold
because
on,
you do.
hold on.
Because
Can
we're
David and I
asking you
answer
about
that
and
question
we're
from
specific
that
asking
perspective?
questions.
opinion. Jesus Christ. It's like there's such double talk each time we're asking you to give us the man perspective. And it's because men are not going to throw other men under the bus. It just doesn't happen because it doesn't take anything to say as a man and as a father. I think it's some stupid ass behavior if a dude is just dropping seeds somewhere. But instead of just saying that, it's well, what, maybe they got this situation and maybe they got this. Is the whole answer is
First
still
of all,
exonerating that I just, and then to like I said, Herb's whole argument was that we were asking two people that couldn't speak on it, and that was incorrect
he's
because you
still,
could
it's
speak
still
on
not,
it.
it's still incorrect because That's not my lifestyle or whatever. We're
It's
talking
not,
about
but
men.
are you?
We're talking
It's
about
not
men.
ours either.
God
It's
damn,
not our
whatever. We can never
lifestyle
fit.
either.
This is why stuff don't get across.
No, we're listening
Whatever.
because you don't like to answer us honestly
Really?
and straightforward. I won't say honestly. That was the wrong word. I'm sorry. That's not the word that I should have used. What I should have used was directly. There's always there has to be a backstory. Sometimes there's a direct, there's just a more direct answer to the question. And you had a segment where you were talking about taking, y'all wanted women to take out all the unnecessary details and just answer the question directly. That was a whole discussion that we had about, y'all just
Yes.
want us to get to the point. Y'all don't want us to give you all of the backstory, all of this. But then that's exactly what I feel like was happening. I'm not trying to come at you, brother, because I love you. I'm not. I just, I just
Oh,
have to call it like I see it. And
I
if
don't. I
we're
don't
being
take.
honest
I
and
don't take
wanting
no
to
offense
talk
to this.
about these
Hold on, David.
situations,
David, Anita's waiting to get in. Can you bring her in? Okay, go ahead, Samir. I'm sorry, didn't mean to
it's
cut you
just,
off.
I just wanted that. I wanted us to get. I would like for us to get to a point where we're not always trying to. I feel like the men are always trying to protect the men. Because the women, we can go
Mm-hmm.
in deep
I don't. I
about
don't. I don't
women.
know how.
We can we can go in deep about women and the dumb things that other women do because we got to acknowledge that those women exist. And we have to talk about that because those are the types of women that we're even talking about in this scenario. A
I
lot of
don't
the
even know.
scenarios that you say, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave, because I want to communicate effectively with you. So
I
I
don't
want to
even know how that
understand.
is true with Herb. For one, me and Herb, we kind of polar opposites on this stuff. Herb kind of he has his stance. He lived by it. He has no. It's no. He doesn't have. It doesn't matter, men or women. He speaks to it. I kind of try to balance it out, whatever, in the role that I try to play. But if it's a man that ain't that's no good, whatever, I'm gonna talk about it. I usually call himself a Melvin or whatever case is.
Who?
A Melvin.
What's a
Melvin's
Melvin?
been around for a couple years. Melvin is the type of guy that you're talking about.
So for the
Whatever.
what y'all saying,
You
what y'all
you
really
you know
basically
what we're
saying,
saying,
because
and
I didn't
I feel like
indulge
you
in all
talk in
the
circles.
information.
You
I didn't
whatever. That's a bunch
indulge
of
in all my
bullshit.
personal information. There's a lot of people you don't tell
All of
everything.
that personal information just to say that I'm a father. What is so personal to say that I am a parent? And you're asking your whole topic.
I'm going to
Hold
tell
it,
you
hold it,
something. You got
hold
to
it,
Oh
listen
boy,
Tanya.
up.
I'm gonna
I got
finish
something
my
to say.
statement. Your whole topic is about parents and children. So to say
Maybe
that you're a
I
parent,
just joined in later on. I didn't have to say this, but I have said I was a parent before. I have.
That's what I said. I misspoke. I said that clear
I
as day.
didn't
I said
hear it.
I misspoke.
No, I
You know
heard
how,
her
do
say
you
that
know how
he
Okay,
long
but
I've
I
been
misspoke.
doing
think
this?
I
I
You know
heard
how
her
think
long I've
say
been
Y'all
he
doing
put
this?
these
Do you know
I
how
y'all
heard
long
put
I've
her
these
been
say
doing
that he
this?
topics up.
misspoke.
Y'all put
I've
these
been doing it for
topics
like
up
six
because you
years,
say it's
six,
supposed
seven
to be an
years.
open and honest discussion. That's the
right?
main
And then he
premise
just
for what for y'all doing this whole podcast and all of this. And I think that you have women on here and you
exactly.
have a good group, a good diverse group of women who have told some of their journeys, some of them good, some of them bad. And I'm just speaking for me. I'm just shocked and disappointed to find out that you're a dad and I haven't heard a single thing from you
I'm
about
sorry.
about your experience. You don't have to be sorry because if you
I'm
choose
sorry.
not to speak about it, then don't. But I just get tired of hearing statistics about what
I
men
don't. I
do and
haven't gave
don't
no
do when there
statistics.
about
is a father sitting right there that can speak to
I
it
only can speak.
personally.
I only can speak what I can do. When you're talking about someone not taken care of or bouncing, going from house to house, I can't speak to
but
that.
you know
But
those
neither
raggedy
can
men
we.
though.
And
You
we've
I
know
been
those kind of
talking.
raggedy men though.
I can't speak to
You
that.
talk to those kind of raggedy men though. You associate with those men even because I'm not a parent. I still know raggedy men and raggedy women who don't parent mm, correctly, or as we would say uh, in society norms. And I think the point is that the ladies are trying to make is that you guys make the topics, and then every time we come on, the ladies are feeling like we have to defend ourselves and explain ourselves
Listen,
about our hold on, I'm not done talking about our perspective, and you are a parent, so we need to recruit some raggedy guys, okay, and we need to hear those
I can't help
perspectives.
it. Raggedy guys don't come on here. I can't help it. Let me read Gavin's comment. He
Yeah, I
said,
wanted to
I'm
read
not
Gavin's
trying to be
comment too.
nobody's damn daddy. And
she
I
said,
don't think any female on here has ever
yeah,
tried to say that they were trying to be anybody's
Gavin
daddy.
said
So
what
he
the
can go
women
ahead
on the
on.
panel did not understand is a man who is a father that's raising his kid never considers himself the mother and the father. Single mothers always say they are both the mother and the father.
You're
Women
damn
want
line.
the entire say in holding men accountable, but don't want to be held entirely accountable in the same degree. So what I'll say is there is no, you can't just, a woman can't be solely accountable for what goes on with a kid when a man has left or abandoned the kid. So
Thank you.
there's not in it. I don't know. There's no, the women on this panel, we haven't even talked about. We've all three of us acknowledged that men that are raising their children on their own are to be commended. Now, I do know that there are some women that will say, well, I was both the mother and the father. And I don't necessarily like that saying either, because it's just not a true saying. What they mean when they say it, though, since everybody wants to now be technical, is that they're doing the work of two people. That's what they mean when they're saying that they have to be both the mother and the father. They don't mean that they have the attributes that a man has, or at least the ones that have sense, because we know it's some dumbasses out there. Once again, I'm acknowledging that it's some dumbass women out
see,
Let
this,
there
me
that
respond to this
when they're saying
comment.
that they
I'm
have to
gonna
be both the mother and the father, they're talking about being both, be doing the job of two people. So that's what they're
I
talking
wanted to
about, Gavin. And so everybody
respond
is
to that.
being held, accountable.
Right.
I'm just gonna be real honest and say that that comment doesn't even make sense to me, because the conversation wasn't even about whether a woman is filling the role of mother and father, or whether a man is filling the role of father and mother, because for one, that doesn't exist. But secondly, whoever said that a woman automatically, to me, that's just a real messed up, stereotypical, sexist answer. A woman feels like she's playing the role of mother and
The
father, and she don't want
deflection.
to be responsible. When you're responsible from the time you push that baby out. You're responsible before you push that baby,
Thank
because
you.
for 9 months that baby has to form in you, and you have to be responsible. You don't have too much of a choice.
Mm-hmm.
You can do some
And
other
we and
things,
we
but you
and we don't sit on this panel dogging, men out. We are trying to hold them accountable, but every female on this panel has held herself personally accountable to the mistakes and the successes of raising her children. We've never been on this podcast just saying men are raggedy and let's just talk about them and the shit that they do. We talk about our personal experiences, whether they're good or bad. So we've never been on here just saying, oh, we're all that in a bag of chips,
and I
and
have, huh?
you men are just a damn disgrace. We hold ourselves accountable before we even attempt to hold a man accountable. And that's what her question was about. We have each of the three of us that were on here, we all held ourselves accountable in our child rearing experience, and we wanted to hear about a man raising his children, holding himself or other men accountable, to either raising or not raising their children. And that's why you got three upset women, staring you in your face, because
Yeah,
now
yeah,
we
y'all
find
get
out
scared.
that you're a dad and we haven't heard from you. That's what we're saying.
And not,
Four
not just that.
upset
Here's
women.
not just that. Here's my other problem. You ask us women to speak on behalf of women. All women, most women, some
Mhm.
women, young women, old women, men, women in between. And then when we say to you guys, hey, I need you to speak on a male perspective, it's like, oh no, that doesn't exist. You
No,
want
no,
us to
no, no.
explain every
Mm-hmm.
situation and every
Mm-hmm.
mindset.
Yep.
No,
And
listen,
to
listen.
me,
Uh,
if
If
you're gonna say,
y'all really want to know how it go down, we
Yeah.
present a question. We present a
yeah.
question. This isn't geared toward anyone. These questions is blanket questions, and in fact, me and Herb don't even come up with all of this a lot of times. These stuff is inbox from someone else who came up with this question because maybe he was struggling with this whole thing. So for me
And
to
that's
I get
fine,
that.
but
But the
that's
premise,
fine.
the
But
understand
premise,
when
is
when we're
because I
on
can
here,
never finish.
but when we're
I
on
Regardless,
here having a
this
discussion, it
podcast
shouldn't
is
be just the
about parenting.
women.
Let me
This
ask this
podcast
question.
is about
I
Hold
was
parenting,
on.
and
going to
you're a
say,
parent.
Let me ask this question.
isn't the premise of the podcast is understanding occurs in the gray area? Isn't that what we're trying to do? So if nobody's going to speak on behalf of the men, where's the understanding? Like
Let me
there are
ask this
women on this
Right,
question.
panel.
right.
There are women on this panel who are not only not married. Some of
Listen,
them don't have children.
Hold on,
Some of them
David.
have questions
Yeah.
about the male perspective. And so when you ask for a summary of the male perspective, it's a ring around the rosies. Now
no,
you don't have to
that's
Hold
do
on,
what
David.
we
Hold
are.
on,
Mm-hmm.
David.
We
David,
are.
hold
Yes,
on, David.
it
Hold
is.
on, David.
Let
I'll get to
me
it.
finish. You don't have to divulge personal information. I don't think that you require that of people. But what I'm saying is when somebody asks you a direct question, hey, you a man, I'm a woman. I'm trying to get an understanding. Speak on it.
And,
Speak on it.
and,
Don't do the ring around the rosy
and
thing.
I really thought when she said I answered that. I didn't have to say I'm a father.
I wasn't
Um,
talking to you directly. I'm just saying in general. I'm just speaking at this point in general. If a woman, if your niece or your goddaughter, your sister, anybody came to you and asked you a question about a man, you're going to speak candidly and what you know and what you think and what you've learned. So when another
and I did
woman
that.
is asking you to speak candidly,
And I did
that's
that.
me. Like
I did
the
that.
last time I was on here talking, I was told don't give no personal experience. Just give this, just give that. So if that's not allowed, I mean, I'm just trying to understand what it is that prevents you two from speaking on it. I'm not saying that you're all our deadbeat dads. That wasn't even the point of the question.
Like Gavin
Right.
said, because a man holds himself responsible for what he does, he speaks on what he does.
No, he
And
doesn't.
so
Yeah,
You
does
but the
didn't.
women.
point
This is
That's
your
the
is,
You
whole
point.
the
haven't
point.
point
But
is
you
we're
spoken.
didn't.
having a
That's the whole
You
point.
discussion.
haven't spoken on it.
Gavin.
You
So
have
what
I didn't
did
have
yet
to
to
speak
Gavin
on what
say
I
describe
do.
though?
I
What
what
know
did
you
what I
have
do.
done
so
as a
here,
responsible
let me do
dad.
something right quick. Let me do something right quick.
Y'all were focusing
Gavin,
on irresponsible
Gavin,
guys. Y'all were focusing on irresponsible
Gavin.
guys. That's where y'all
So
got it
that was the
twisted.
question. No, 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 no. That was the
No.
This
question
this
that her put
this
out.
whole thing is
We
about
weren't talking
irresponsible
about
parents.
irresponsible anything. Her asked the question, why do people have babies and they have no intention of raising them? So that doesn't apply to us. Every last one of us that have children raised our babies, but we gave a perspective based on what we've heard, based on what we've seen. We didn't go through it. I didn't have my babies and choose not to raise them. I raised my babies, but we were still able to lend an answer to the question and a perspective that from the women's
So,
side. That's all I was saying. But I would
so
like to ask
y'all
Gavin a question. I would like
go
to
ahead.
ask Gavin what he feels about the men who are not raising their children, who are abandoning their children. We know what you feel about the men who are raising their kids. They don't never say that they're the mother and the father. Cool. I would like to know what your perspective is or what your opinion is
Right.
about a dude that will just
So
drop his seeds and leave. That's what I want to know.
So my
I want to
husband,
hear
so my
somebody say
husband
that's some
has
fucked up
decided,
behavior.
Sheree. So my husband has decided to come on and help speak to some of us ladies because he's a little bit more direct when you ask him a question. So this is one, and he's gonna jump on. Well, he is.
Can
I
I
mean,
say
I'm just
something
saying.
real quick? Can I say
Hey,
something real
Anita,
quick?
baby,
Even
I'm
though
so
I'm
sorry. We ain't even acknowledged
hi,
you.
I know it's okay. I haven't been feeling good because my heart is bad. But even though I don't have children myself, I still have a female perspective on how to parent. Now, when my niece and nephew come over, or anybody else's children come to my house, they know they better act right because I don't play what some of these other parents play. So if I tell my nephew you better not do that, I'm gonna whoop your butt. He knows that Aunt Nini's serious. And one time my niece called me Anita. I said, girl, that you don't address me like that. Because I felt that's disrespectful. So, as a woman without children, I still have a strong perspective on parenthood, especially being in the Army from 18 to 30 something and raising some 18-year-olds, you know. But the thing is that when we get on here, there's women talking about our perspective, and I feel like we are explaining ourselves and like sometimes defending ourselves, and the two guys on the panel, even though it's the discussion, you know, your input is valuable as well, even though you might not be in that category. Like I'm not in the
Hold
motherhood
up,
category.
hold up. When the hell we haven't gave our opinion, whatever? Herb has said
Dude,
multiple
y'all
times.
don't ever give a straight
Really,
answer about dudes doing
really,
wrong stuff. When we
really.
try to go
That's
there, y'all give a
that's our
twist
Are you
answer.
perception.
serious? Are
Yeah.
you freaking serious? Are you freaking serious?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
yeah.
All right. I already know that y'all hear what they got selective hearing going. No, I
No,
never
Okay.
if
don't
we're
do
talking
that.
about if we're talking
Don't do
about
that.
if we're talking about y'all said why do guys and I said some
I
guys
didn't say,
travel
I
to
said from the guy
path.
perspective. Why do
Here we
they?
go. And I said, some guys travel the path of least resistance. They say, if this situation is better, this is what I'm on. That's what I'm going to do. And they may have 7, 8 kids or whatever the case is, and they find a better situation. That's not my situation. So I'm not going to say, well, I'm a dad, and that's not my situation. I'm answering specifically toward that situation from them guys because I've had friends, whatever, that got 7, 8 kids. I don't ask them directly, oh, why did you stay? Or why did you go here? But I know stuff come up in conversation. That's all I'm saying. Herb said he doesn't have kids. Herb didn't know that I
So do
have
you
kids because
think that that's a conversation that men do need to have? Would you say that that's a conversation that men need to have? Like, maybe not like towards your friends, but like when you're in a mentoring situation, do men have those conversations? And I'm so sorry for the hubby. I've forgotten your name. What's your name again?
My name's Dewan.
Hi, Dwan.
Hey,
what's
How
going
how
you
on,
are
bro?
We want to
you?
hear from
Well,
you.
We
this
don't
is
know
what
how
I
much you've
say.
been
You
listening
know,
to, but the question was posed,
go ahead.
earlier,
I
why do
already bought
people
him up
have
to speed,
babies that
child.
they
I
have
done
no
already
intention on
bought him up
taking
to
care of?
speed.
And the females gave some perspectives, and right, and we were just looking for a male perspective. What do you have? Do you have anything to lend to that one?
Well, I have a friend of mine. Well, he's not a friend. He's an associate. He has about 13 kids, and I'm like, I asked him one time, like, why you got so many kids? He like, he say the first 4, he was married. The rest of them, they was just quick lays, and he didn't believe in condoms. So he was like, "Cause I can."
So that's true.
That was his true. That was his answer. He could. Now, I can't speak on certain men because I don't know. But I will say this: if I'm talking to somebody that I grew up with from knee high to a duck's ass, maybe we can have that conversation about the children. But if this is just one of your homies that you probably play, watch sports with or something, men are a little bit different than women. We are not gonna go in too deep into what's going on in our houses, especially with our kids, because that's kind of sensitive. You got to really be my homie for me to cross that boundary with you. So I if I'm not a true friend, like I have 4 buddies that we grew up together, we will talk about our kids. And if we have issues, yeah, we'll bring those conversations up. Sometimes, not all the time. It's rare, but when it happens, it must be a real bad situation. But
Exactly.
I'm not, you know, gonna just be exposing my children to people about things that I feel like as a man I should be doing myself.
Right, but what we wanted to know with the male perspective, and you answered that, is because they can't. She asked them directly, like, why do men, have children that they have no intention to take care of?
Now,
And one of them said because they don't care. But the answer you just gave is because they can.
Yeah, and
They
that's
just
another
just because they
perspective, because
can.
they
well,
can, because they
sometimes
don't care.
And to be honest and to be fair, Dave and Herb said exactly what Dewan said as far as it not being a thing that men would usually be talking about. But he then went further to say that he does have those conversations with people that are close to him. So that's the perspective that I was looking to get to. It didn't matter to me the people that you're not having the conversation with, of the people that you do, because you got to have an opinion about the dudes that are just out here just kind of sticking and moving and are creating a lot of the crazy women that guys complain about.
But we gave that.
There's
We
a
gave
start
that.
to that.
We gave that. Herb said they don't care, and I said some guys travel to
I just
pass.
gave you acknowledgement, Dave. You didn't hear me. Like I just said that you said
Okay,
it.
so
Like
why
I
say like we
agreed
didn't
with
do
you. I just
anything?
said that you
Why
said
say we
it.
didn't
Like
do anything? So act like we never said anything. You act like we turned off the damn cameras and ran.
no,
Y'all
that's
had
not
two
what I
whole
just acknowledged. That
sentences.
you said the exact same thing.
Shut up.
Like the fight's over. Like we
Yeah.
conceded. I said to be honest. Herb even put
Well,
his
I'll
hands
say
up
this too.
in Jubilee. Like I admitted it. Like Jesus
I'll say
Christ.
this. I'm a young. I have an older brother. He had children, but he wound up going to prison. He got a 32-year sentence. So I raised his daughter. She's not mine, but she is mine. She was 2 years old. I raised her. Now, technically, that was just a bad situation. What he did, he did. So, she has some issues with him. However, lately they've been able to talk. Now, when I talk to him, I say, my child, he gets it. That's my brother. I raised her. Now, if he was out, he wouldn't have been a deadbeat dad, but he probably wouldn't have been the best dad. But he'd have been there for his children. However, some of the chicks that he chose as women to lay with, probably I wouldn't have laid with. However, when you're younger, you do stupid things. You grow up, you see what you done did, and men are bounce. We're not about to sit around and wait. We gone. And from a man's perspective, man, I didn't hear some chicks that I'd be like, you know what? Who I dodged that book. And I'm sure some women that said the same thing about me.
I appreciate your feedback, brother. Yeah, and that's what Herb was saying. Like we don't sit around. Even my closest friends, you may talk about it. It may be sports or whatever. Oh, how your son doing in basketball? Oh, he lazy or whatever the case is. How your kids doing? You may say how they doing in school. They doing good, but most of the time, it's never brought up. I was just with one of my closest homeboys during the Christmas break, probably for 6 or 7 days. We never talked about kids. We reminisced about our childhood. We had some cocktails. We talked about sports. And that was that because I know him. I know his kids is good. I know they're good. So there's no need. If there wasn't good, he would say, yo, Dave, man, my daughter, she cutting the fool or whatever the case is or whatever. So it's no need for me to ask about that. So that's where we're coming from. But I do know guys who have shared stuff, and you like, man, like how the hell you got this going on, and you over here or doing that? And they like, listen, man, I had to go over here right now. Shit, I can't. Like I said, I can't work. I got 7 kids, man. I owe $150,000 worth of child support or whatever the case is. So I ain't gonna never get a job. Right now, I'm just sitting here with the kid now. And, I might say something like, man, I don't know. I can't be no damn live-in babysitter or something. Like, I gotta work. A man gotta work. And I say those views all the time. So for y'all to make it seem like we withholding information, I don't agree with it.
Here's the thing that I
he
want
wasn't
to say
saying it
too. Wait a minute. Here's the
Yes,
thing that
we
I
to
want to say
were.
us.
because
We
there's
don't
an
get that part.
assumption. There's an assumption that women sit around and talk about their kids to every and anybody. For me, that's not true. Because there's only a number of trusted people that I'm gonna have a conversation with about anything that's personal to me, period. You
Before
might catch
you go deep into it, we know there's no absolutes in any of this. We know it's no 100% thing. There's no absolute. So there are some women who say, nah, I don't divulge in that information. I wouldn't trust them to do anything. They don't put that information out there. But I think the premise is more than likely women do share more and stuff about their kids than guys do.
Well, in the family
I,
dynamic that
I
I
find
have
it
with my
different.
kid's father, we have a really good dynamic. He's married. Me and him have been apart since the children were 3 and 1. But that was just us as far as a couple. He was still extremely part of their life because that's just that I wasn't having any other way. He loves his kids. We plan these children. And so his wife's family, lucky for everybody that his wife's family like took that on immediately. So the men in our family, because we're a family unit, all of them have children. And when we get together like this, when I went home for the holidays and we got together and was playing cards as best we could with this COVID and stuff, that's all they talked about was the married men that had kids. And that's maybe because we're all family, but that's who they surround themselves with. And we're all making sure that the kids are good, making sure that, so that's for me, just like you say that we have, that there are no absolutes, then it can't be an absolute that it's not a man thing, because all of us know men who do openly and freely, talk about their children with other men. Like he said, other men, like you guys said, other men that are trusted, but they go deep. It's not just the surface things. So we just know something different. You guys don't do that. I know guys that do. And so, they always have an opinion, and it will always come up that, I don't see how a guy could abandon his children and they go into their reasons that they have because of the things that they love about being a dad and the things that they love and that they would have missed out on had they chosen that route. And so that's all. We're just looking for, I was just looking for it to be a little equal when it came to just having those perspectives and sharing what we all think, about, about the topic that we were trying to talk about from both
I'll also
perspectives.
say this. Some men are just bitter, just like a woman can. They'll lay seeds wherever the hell they can.
There we go.
Just to be bitter.
Yes.
I think that I I just can't get past the disappointment, but there'll be another one. And
Oh Lord.
I mean,
Oh,
there'll be another show where,
of course.
it'll be some shit to jump on. I think about all the times that that Herb has made some what I consider to be a raggedy comment. He just sat there and just let the women have at it,
Who?
and never once changed his sock. Just whatever. Say what
Who?
you want, do what you want. This is what I said. What I said,
Who?
and
Oh, you talking about her?
I'm talking about her.
Okay.
And I know he got to have a gaggle of nieces and nephews running the fuck around, because there's too many Lewises unleashed on the earth for him not to
Not
not
unleashed
to
on the
have
earth.
some. And if he
Right.
says that, all the men in his family are doing the right thing by their kids, that's amazing. When we say that we were looking for a personal touch, from the two of you, we were looking from the same thing that we were given to you. And maybe it's just this particular topic because we're talking about parenthood, and you say that men don't give up off of that information too easily because they just don't. I truly can't accept that. I think that when y'all have these podcasts, we were saying maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago, it would be nice if y'all presented something that was a little more positive, and everybody was like, nah, we put stuff up here that are difficult to talk about because nobody ever talks about them. So to find
We
out again that you were
we
a
get
dad, and maybe you said it before, wait a minute, because I never heard it, but I'm not saying you didn't say it, that you just didn't even have your own personal, not some
people know how I
scenario,
feel
but
about
your
kids.
own
So
personal input on being a good dad or a bad dad, whichever one it was, because we all consider ourselves good moms. So we never could speak to the fact that I can't tell you that I had a kid and chose not to raise them. I just told you why I had kids. Some good, some bad. They all still got raised. They were all loved. So to hear you not give a personal situation, I think is what stirred the pot a little bit. Not so much the fact that men don't do it. This whole forum is, like she said, is to open up dialogue, to hear real stuff, and
and we do
to
that.
learn from it. And the fact that he can't speak to this because he doesn't have children of his own. But I know he probably got some badass nieces and nephews somewhere and could speak to what it's like to be
You know what?
a dad type.
You know what?
But to know that you have children and you won't speak to that, I think is what everybody was just like, what's up with that?
Oh, yeah,
That's
shocked.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, shocked, huh?
Yeah,
not
I
really.
am. I can't speak for
You know why
nobody
we're not
else.
shocked, David? You
You're
know why I'm not
devastated,
shocked?
huh?
Because I wouldn't expect you to be anything less than a good father. So if you had,
Yes.
I'm just saying, I'm new to the podcast. I didn't know you had children. I never
didn't
heard you
either.
say that before.
Me
So
either.
with that being said, I wouldn't expect.
Go ahead.
With that being said, I would hope to God that neither one of you on this panel would be the type of man that's just going around laying seeds and not taking care of your children. You know, so nobody is attacking you for that.
No.
But
I'm not.
And I'm not saying you're not a good dad. That's not what I was trying to say. I just, thought you would have had a little more input as a dad. What the experience was like for you, because I don't know if you're married or if you're divorced and raising your kids when you have them, if you're co-parenting, and you haven't spoken to any of that. And I'm not saying it's our business. I'm just shocked to find out. That's all.
Because it really has nothing to do with the overall thing. I can give that, but yeah, when you know something, like y'all was asking, oh, you guys don't talk about that. When you know, y'all didn't know that information. My apologies, whatever. It just never really, it really didn't have to be addressed, because me and Herb don't sit around and make up these questions, and y'all think, like they say, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. People inbox you this, or you get it from somewhere and you put it out there.
Get it.
Huh?
And we do get that, but that doesn't have a bearing.
You just never get a chance to finish, and that might be the problem. That might be the problem. That okay, yeah, okay. You say so.
Baby.
No, the problem is we wanted your input as a father.
No. That was not. That was that's not what was asked. What was asked is the input of us by guys who are actually deadbeat dads. It had nothing.
That's
to
what
do
was
with
asked of us, and none of us are deadbeat moms, but we were still able to discuss the issue.
We never.
Right,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly.
We were still able to discuss the issue. That's my only point, is that if we're having a show about parenthood, and a person and a male that's a parent isn't giving his perspective, then it seems like a one-sided conversation. We're looking for the perspective of parents on both sides. You asked a blanket question, and the blanket question was, why are people having babies that they have no intention of raising? The truthful answer is that none of us on this panel is qualified to answer that question, because none of us on this panel have ever had children that we intended not to raise.
Well, I could have
gave a perspective from the female mothers, and we have a male father that had a perspective, but chose. I feel like the answer is you didn't want to talk about that, but this would have been
scenario. It didn't go with the situation.
You're a parent, Dave. Like, why aren't you getting that as a parent? You had a male perspective to add. As a parent, none of us on this panel.
You were looking for direct results. You were looking for why do they kind of abandon their children? I was
looking for the same thing that we gave to you, because we couldn't give you a concrete answer either, because none of us have lived that life.
but we have an opinion about it. We had a female opinion about it, and we based it on our experiences as mothers. So that's all. I get it. You didn't want to, that's not something you felt that you had to divulge. And at the end of the day, we just have to accept that as the answer. But like, none, because, if I was acting like I didn't understand what you were saying, you'd be as frustrated with me as we are with you. If I'm just purposely acting like I don't understand, we're speaking clearly. We're talking about parenthood. In any other episode, it wouldn't have made a difference that you're a father, because none of the other episodes was about parenthood. So yeah, because I didn't know. But in an episode about parenthood, where everybody is opening up, you chose not to open up, and that's fine, because that's your prerogative. You don't have to. I don't mean to. I really don't.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing. You can't get upset if somebody what they divulge.
You're absolutely right. And so, but for me, that's just the answer. We went all around the corner just to get across the street to you. Didn't want to share the information, and I can respect that. You didn't want to bring her into it. But like that's just it. That's just it. That was it. It was just
y'all can be upset. Y'all can say, "Oh, we're not coming on next week."
No, I'm not upset. Listen, you're not getting rid of me that damn quick. If we
that's
in a
not the
relationship,
thing.
what you talking about? We fighting it through, we talking it through, and I'ma see you next week. You ain't getting rid of nobody that easy. That ain't how this rolls.
I'm just saying,
that's not how this rolls. No, we're gonna be looking right at you next week, waiting to jump on the next thing that happens. So we don't even have to get that sensitive. Oh my God.
Let me let y'all in on the little secret.
We don't even got to get that sensitive. Y'all might not want to come back. No, we coming back. We're coming back.
We talk about a lot of subjects. We talk about a lot of subjects that happen and stuff, and you may go through. That don't mean you divulge that right then and there, and that don't mean your credibility is less value. You do it at your pace and when you want to. I didn't feel like me coming on. Yeah, I'm a dad.
And that I got part I get. That I get.
So I do this, I do that. That's not the market or what we were talking about. You were looking for reasons on why they do it. Herb said because they don't care.
We were looking for what we gave you. Oh, that's it. You keep on saying the wrong shit. Now you keep on telling me what I was looking for when I said what I was looking for. That's it. You keep telling me what I was looking for when we said what we were looking for. That's what makes us think that you're purposely misunderstanding, because you keep misspeaking when you say what we're looking for.
I understand a lot.
So then the topic should have been, why do women have children that they don't want to raise?
Yes.
No, what
instead of why do parents?
Because we have all raised our children.
You always think everything is geared toward such a. Y'all don't know where these questions came from. It could have been a woman who said.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is everybody needs to have some input for us to have a valid discussion where we have some take back from it.
No input.
I didn't hear you.
I was going to say.
That's not what she said. Don't do that. That's the man answer. Oh, we don't get no input. That's not at all what she said. She's talking about that specific thing. Of course you give input, and that's what we were looking for you to do. We respect your input. We praise your input. We want your input. And when we feel like you're making us pull teeth we want to hear what it is that you have to say, because every woman on this panel respects you, the two of you, on a personal level. And we respect your opinion, and we respect your perspective, and we want it. But when it seems as though it becomes pulling teeth and it becomes a diversion and a distraction, like Mr. Gavin's comment that commented on something that we weren't even talking about.
Let me let y'all.
And that got us on that for a minute. It's like instead of just giving a direct answer.
I could have went along with it when Herb said, "Man, Dave," and I said, "Oh, I have kids, whatever." But that really doesn't pertain. Don't pertain to me, whatever. I don't know what it's like not to take care of your kid or whatever the case is.
Neither do we.
Because that's
Neither do we.
No, but you're on the panel, but it's other people who do. So it's other people viewing this. It's not isolated to us 6 people. It's other people that's watching this and may not understand, like, hey. And those are the people that inbox you or whatever the case is and say, I watched it, whatever. I understand what you said, or could you bring this up next show, or whatever the case is. It's the behind the scene meetings that y'all may not understand all the time.
And we get that. We get that you may not be the person that makes the topics. I get that. But the fact is, this is the topic. So when it's going to be spoke on, it needs to be really spoke on and be an open conversation. I'm not telling you to run your social security number and none of that. That ain't my business. I don't, that really is not my business.
Scorpion, let
What
me
I'm
ask you a
saying,
question. Let me
what
ask you.
I'm saying is, and see, y'all will say that y'all will never get to finish, but
Go ahead.
somehow it never seems like I get to finish my sentence. Go ahead.
I just want to ask you a quick question. Last week, when you said you don't divulge certain things, did I let that go?
Yeah, because ain't nothing you can do but let it go.
So why not let this situation with David go?
Because we were
Because we're
actually
trying to
having,
make
we
you guys
had to let go.
understand.
No. Why
Wait a
not
minute.
let
Wait a minute.
it
Hold it.
go?
Hold it.
Because he didn't say that there
Wait a
were
minute,
things that he
Nasharay.
doesn't want
What
to.
part
I'm sorry.
of we understand that you don't create the topics? Didn't you get that I was addressing? I wasn't addressing anything he said other than I get that you don't make the topic, but the fact of the matter is this is what's on the table, so why not have an open conversation? You never heard me address, you should have said this, and this. I didn't say that. I'm strictly speaking on a topic. I get that neither one of you may not be the people to make it up. I get that. But if it's on the table, I'm saying let's talk about the topic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not directing this. I'm not directing that question at you. So if it came off as that, let me apologize. I'm just simply saying, why not let it go if he didn't divulge the fact that he has children?
Because we're trying to make you guys understand from a female perspective about the topic being
Why not
discussed.
let it go? It's a done situation.
Because when we originally answered, when we originally asked the question, he didn't just say, "Hey, this is something that I'm choosing not to
All
divulge."
right, let's cut to the chase then. Let's cut to the chase.
Why would we not expect him to speak on it?
Let's cut to the chase. Let's cut out all the nonsense and let's get to the bottom of this. How many, by a show of hands, women, how many of y'all think he was wrong that he didn't say something?
That he was wrong, that he didn't say wrong.
He got a
I
kid.
don't like that he didn't.
Yeah, wrong.
I don't like that he didn't. I don't feel like it was a right
because
I just don't like
that's
that
exactly what it is. Y'all think he should have said something when
Why
he
are you yelling?
Exactly our thoughts are. That wasn't the thought. The problem that I had was when asked a direct question, nobody wanted to give an answer. I don't care if you divulge whether he has kids or not. That's not my business.
We can't.
What was an
answer? Give a direct answer on something we don't have an experience of.
Answered the
But
way
you
y'all
asked
we don't either.
You asked for the same thing in return. That's a two-way street. If you're gonna ask me, I got the right to ask you, and I expect the answer just like you did.
We did not ask anyone to divulge any personal experiences. That's something that the panel
That's not the point that we're making.
You're not listening to
Herb,
what
that's
I'm
not
saying.
the point that we're
I'm
making.
saying ask the direct question. You guys asked the direct question. We responded to the direct question. So to ask you the same direct question and don't get a response, that was my issue. I didn't ask anybody to divulge anything personal. I don't feel like you have to.
No one asked me anything directly. If you know me, if I'm at work and somebody say, David, how was your holiday break? Good. It was all right. That's what they gonna get. That's what they gonna
But
get.
how do you expect us to have open dialogue if you don't want to talk?
Let me finish. Will you let me finish? I'm trying to chime in.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We can't hear you.
My bad.
Can't hear who? Me? So that's what you're going to get. Now, if you said, David, what's your opinion on this or whatever the case is? Because I'm just putting it out there. That's just like, to me, a teacher in the classroom and they put out stuff and they say stuff. It don't always necessarily be turned back to someone who's putting the information out there. It's usually amongst the participants. They're going back and forth. So for me to say, well, I got my children, this and that, whatever, nah, I ain't get into all that. I didn't get into all that because I look at it as it's not about me when I put this stuff out. It's not about me. It's about others that struggle with this. This ain't never been about me. When I wrote these books, whatever, it's certain parts of it that's about me, but it's
I don't know.
about other situations, whatever. And that's how I view it.
But you still
Okay.
ain't getting the point.
I don't.
Turn up your.
You can't tell me
It
what I
is
don't
tuned up. I don't know
understand.
why.
Well,
I can't
from
hear
my
now.
perspective, you're not understanding. So it's just like a dead end.
Okay.
Because we value your input. We value Herb's input.
Wait.
You guys are both intellectuals. So on this platform, even though I don't
Somebody
have
saying text
kids, I'm not
messages
a
from
parent,
guys.
I still have some input. Can you guys?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So even though I'm not a parent, I still have some input. Even though Herb's not a parent, I'm sure he can gather up some
Herb talks about fathers
experience
all
that
the
he's
time and
had.
fatherhood. He has an opinion.
Mhm.
Everyone has an
Mhm.
opinion, and that's what we wanted.
Right.
And
But
I
that's
think
it's
y'all
okay.
That's
y'all
all we're
deal with
saying is we wanted the input.
I think y'all,
So I never gave my opinion on
y'all come
anything.
up with these discussions
Yeah.
and you want people to talk. And this particular topic, like every other, none of them have ever been positive. They've always had some sort of negative overtone, whether we've been talking about money, relationships, whatever the case may be. It always has some sort of negative overtone.
Call me that many
And if
times,
each
nigga. I
one
ain't
of
got
us
time.
just got up here and said, people who don't people who have children that don't take care of them ain't shit, well, we all six of us will raise our hands and say, I agree with that. And then you could go ahead and close this shit down because there's nothing else left to be said. That's a given. When you pose the question, that there didn't even need to be an answer because it's a given. Why would you have a child not to raise it? There's nothing positive that can come out of that. Not one single solitary thing. So if I don't add something personal, she, you, if you don't add something personal to that, we would all have the exact same
I
answer.
think
You ain't shit.
I think I offer a
You
lot
ain't.
of personal stuff and a lot of
Well, then let's hear
testimonies
it.
and
Let's
stories.
hear it. Let's hear it
Where was you?
then.
Where
You
have you
do. You
That's
do,
what we
Dave.
want.
You
been?
do.
Let's hear it.
We're talking about today. I'm talking about today.
Yeah.
I just feel like it, and you have your absolute right whether you want to divulge the information or not. And I don't even really think it was a matter of, well, I'm not going to tell them. I really don't. I
It
just don't
wasn't
think
that,
it's
yeah.
that. I just feel like when the actual topic itself is about parenthood, it would seem the natural thing to do that anybody that has any experience with parenthood would
We'll
have an
speak on
opinion
it.
about it in some way. And you didn't share it, and we didn't like it. And so that doesn't mean that you didn't have a right, to not, or to just handle it in the way that you has not. It's not even about a right to or not. And that's why when Herb asked the question, how many think you are wrong? For me, it's not even a matter of right and wrong. You're a grown
Right.
man. You can do what you want to
Right.
do. I just, I found it a little disturbing because we were divulging and opening up, based on what we know. And like I said, none of us know anything of a personal level about having children and not wanting, to raise them. So that was my only point, was that, but
Right.
everybody, like you said, they have the
So
right to
what y'all wanted me to
to
say,
share what it is that they want to
is,
share. I wanted to know your opinion
yeah, what you
on
wanted me to say is,
fathers who
I
do
had,
the same thing. That's what I wanted to know.
as if I never spoke on that. As if I
I'm not
never
talking
spoke
about
on
if
that.
you ever spoke on, I'm talking about
Yeah.
today. I'm talking about when I asked you today. I don't
You
want the
didn't ask me
deflection
nothing
of
directly.
when we was talking 3 weeks ago. I'm talking about today. I'm talking about when I asked, it was just, and like I said, I get it. I sometimes the answer is no. The answer is what the answer is. We don't have to always like it. Like, damn, you know.
I guess
I might
my
not always
apologies.
like the answer,
My
but I ain't gotta
apologies.
smile through the answer. I can let you. I
My,
didn't like the answer, but
listen,
at
my
the end of the day,
apologies.
it's still the answer.
I guess I could have added on to it. I could have said a lot of guys travel through the path of least resistance. But me as a father, I know once I had him, I take care of mine. That's all I know to do. That's all I know to do. And that would have satisfied y'all, huh? That would
Probably,
have been enough.
probably.
Yeah, okay.
Because like I said, guys don't ever throw other guys up under the bus. It's a boys
That's
code. Y'all
some
don't want to do
bullshit
it.
right there.
You
That
mentioned to us last week, because when I said that last week, you said, oh well, no. When we talk to each other, we do, and we let them know if they acting like a bitch. And then they went off about what that meant. But you said, when I made the same statement last week, you say, no, yes, we do. We talk to each other. And I said, I would love to hear it. I would
either
love to hear, because I would love to just hear somebody say, hey, listen, I know that you're not that kind of dude. I just want to know that you do understand that them dudes is out there, because sometimes when y'all talk to us, you make it seem as though these deadbeat dudes don't exist. And that everything that's going on, I just said what it seems like. I didn't say that's what you did. I'm telling you that that's what it
let me
feels
chime
like,
in. Let me
because we
chime
never hear you say, well, yeah, that was fucked up. I think that I'm not the dude that would do that, but that was fucked up. We
I
never
have
hear that
said
perspective, but you don't have a problem saying what was fucked up that a woman does.
I have said that to Herb with some of his stances. Have I not? Have I not? When Herb says something, I'm like, hold up, wait a minute.
Yes,
Have
you
I?
have, but we're not
Yes,
talking
you
about that. I'm
have.
talking
Yeah,
about now. I'm talking about
of course.
today.
That's
Y'all
just
always
an
want to, but
example.
didn't I do it
That's
this
just
time?
an example.
We talking about
That's just an
today.
example. That's just an
That's it.
example.
We talking about today.
You don't tell me what we haven't done, or like we just let these no good men just surface and we don't speak to them. That's bullshit.
I said
That's
you don't speak to them to us. You may speak to them like you corrected me last week and let me know that you guys do have those conversations with them. And what I said was, I would love to hear, I would love to be a part of that, because I would love to hear men taking other men to task about the BS that they
what.
do. We had that whole conversation. So I didn't say that you don't, because you let me know that you do. So I was
But we had
hoping,
people on the
like I
chat.
said, that was me. That was just me.
We
I'm
had
checking
men,
myself.
men
I'm
in
taking my
the chat.
own advice, and I'm checking myself more than I'm trying to check you. I didn't like the response. That
We
doesn't
have
change
men
the
in the
fact
chat
that you had the right
conversations.
to respond in the way that you did. I didn't like it personally, because I felt that you had more to offer. If you didn't feel you had more to offer, then that's you. I have to accept that. I'm taking that onus. So that's why I said I don't look at it as right or wrong. I just didn't like it. But that's me. I don't have to like everything you do.
And you know what?
I'm taking that onus for me. I have to now curb that expectation. That was an expectation that I had that I now need to curb. So it's what it is, because everybody has a right to respond in the way that they respond. It just took us back a little bit. That's all.
You done?
That wasn't my issue, though.
What's your issue?
I said that wasn't my issue.
I said, what's your issue?
I don't have an issue. I just say my thing was, as y'all say, understanding occurs in the gray area. So if nobody is willing to speak or willing to even try to address a topic that we have on the table, then there's no understanding. It's just a bunch of everybody screaming and hollering at each other with no points being made. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what the topic is. It doesn't matter. It's just that it needs to be a give and take. Like
Or,
If you're
if
only
I
going to
say
get
or,
if
the
I say
female
if I
perspective,
say like if I
or,
say to you if I say to you, hey Dave, why do men wear beards? And you send me around the block, up the street, down to the playground to take a swing on a swing and bring me back, and then eventually answer my question, then that's gonna bring, some like, why did you do that type thing? But you know,
I don't know.
it
I
doesn't
don't
matter.
know about dance around the mulberry bush like that. If you said why do if we were asking that question,
Yes,
yeah, I
you
can tell
do.
you why.
You do.
Huh? Okay. Okay.
eh,
Just like
if
just for example, like Rebecca, we was hung up on the word test. We had multiple men, people chiming in, and women talking about the word test, whatever. I gave my perspective, my opinion on it. You ain't want to hear none of that. You did not want to hear none of that. Not one bit of it. Ain't nothing can sway you. So therefore, what are you really
But I
open
heard
to?
it. I heard it. I heard everything that, in that particular conversation. And no, my opinion
So
did not change and it still hasn't changed. I still think that y'all are missing what it is we're
I'm
trying
very
to
aware. I'm
say.
They're
very
not
alert.
missing
Okay.
it. They're not
If
missing
if
it.
if if
I'm very aware.
if you're not
Trust
missing
me.
it, you're not. But again, like she said, if you're only gonna hear the female perspective, good, bad, or otherwise, then what's the point? Because y'all are the only two guys on here.
But it's
What's the
guys that
point?
comment in the chat.
Okay, but we want to hear
Oh
from
yeah,
y'all.
I'm seeing the comments. We are
We
seeing the comments in
specifically
your
want to
chat, and
hear
I don't agree with all of them
from the
either.
two of you.
Call
So
them
if
out
you're not,
too. You can call those out too.
yeah,
Yeah,
we have
well,
just like we
sometimes
called
I
y'all
just sit
out. But
quiet.
I
again,
asked
If it's
Gavin a
too many
if you're
question.
people
not going to
talking, I
speak
get
to it,
quiet.
if you're not going to speak to what the topic is about, especially when you have knowledge. If you said last week that y'all call these guys out all the time when dudes are acting like bitches or whatever, then you mean to tell me you've never had a conversation with a man that's not living up to his responsibility? And if
And
you
I
have,
asked that.
we would like to hear what that conversation was like and your take from it. That's
And
what we're
And now,
saying.
now
I
y'all know that
asked.
y'all. I'm sorry, y'all know that I do address the comments, right? So I saw a comment that said, "We, the women, feel like we're entitled to certain things about you guys." I don't think I've ever said that I feel like I'm entitled to know anything that you're not willing to give. So I wanted to address that because I don't think that's a real fair statement. Um, and that was pretty much all I wanted to say about that because I don't feel that way. I don't feel like I'm entitled to anybody's information. Period. Pooh. If you don't give it, you don't give it. If you do give it, you do give it. But if we're having a discussion, let's discuss, regardless of what the topic is. You could say tomorrow the next topic could be why is the sky blue? Let's discuss.
Listen,
It
lady,
doesn't matter to me.
you know I value your opinion. You know I believe in you. Yeah, I said, and I responded, I said, a lot of guys travel on the path of least resistance. I said
But that
that.
wasn't something that we could understand. You know what
But
I'm
why can
saying?
you?
I
I
could.
don't think I got a chance to elaborate on it either. I can tell you that. Some people
Well, you said
listen.
that like 10 times
I'm gonna keep
and
saying
didn't
it.
elaborate.
KYP, travel in the path of least resistance. I'm gonna keep saying certain things. So either you gotta listen and hear us out fully, or say, "Oh, let me interject and cut him off," and he never finished his point, and let me out talk him. Whatever. Not all of y'all, but I'm saying that was the case. Herbert said they don't care. He don't care. So whether he went into the details why they don't care, he probably didn't get a chance to say that, but I said they travel the path. They may have a kid here and they may have a kid there, but it's a reason why they may be at that certain spot because he may have less responsibility. Well, I don't work anyway, so I'll stay here, keep this kid, whatever. Meanwhile, this other woman, like, damn, he don't even come over, he don't call, or whatever the case is. Do I have the full answer on why they do that? No, probably they never gave me all the details. They probably just simply said, yo, dog, I don't need that stress, whatever. I owe this amount of child support, and somehow another conversation come up. And I think that's what guys' conversation entails. And we're trying to tell you that. And Scorpio TV and your husband came on and said, we don't really always go into detail unless it's somebody close, unless it's something serious. And then you might say, damn, if somebody said, damn, my daughter pregnant or whatever the case is, and they may bring it up to you. But most of the time, and even in that situation, guys may not bring it up because they may say, damn, I feel a sense of embarrassment, whatever. Like, damn, my 14, 15-year-old daughter pregnant. Like, man, I can't tell my homeboy that because they're going to think something of me, whatever. So they may not give you all the information. So a lot of the stuff is inconclusive on the information that we give. I just know my situation, I work and I take care of mine. And that's all I can do.
Bring Saria back in.
So I will speak for myself when I say, in all you're getting, get an understanding. So if you say something and I don't understand it, I'm going to ask for clarification because I
Okay.
don't understand what you're saying, and I think that's fair. If I say something you don't understand, even both of you have done that. Ask me further questions. What do you mean? So if you say the path of least resistance, and I'm saying to you, I really don't understand that. What do you mean? And if you say to me, that's all I got, it's like,
I don't think I
you know,
ever would. I
But
don't think I was.
let me clarify. When I asked the question, Dave, what you said was, well, let me ask you this. What happens if he has a baby over here and you started off with a question? So that's different than you saying, well, hey, you came back later and you got around to it and you said, well, they're just traveling the path of least resistance. But you started off with a question. Well, let me ask you this. What happens if he does this? And so that was why, there's a difference in how you say you answer the question and how you really answer the question. You started off asking
I
the
put
question
it
with a question, and
in a
nobody likes that.
storytelling, hypothetical like situation. Like, what if
I
this
know,
was
right?
the situation? What if this was the situation? What if this was the situation? But if you want to hear the situation, like I just been said all along, he got kids over here, he got kids right here. This woman is pressuring him, like, you need to get a job. And he say, damn, if I know if I get a job, what's the point of me working when I got other kids outside of you? But then I go over here and she say, yeah, we got one child together. I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm a nurse, whatever. All I need, Joe, ass to do is stay here and keep this damn baby,
No.
whatever, so I can see. That's just you saying that, but some other women may say that because I don't want to pay for child care or whatever
That's
the case is. Can you do that?
But
And he say, hell yeah, I can do that.
hold on,
Hell
hold on. And
I get that, but go ahead,
to
her.
add to that, that's what I was saying. That's where the term homosexual comes in.
Right, and I get that. But
still
again,
crack me up.
what I said to that was, to me, you're describing
I'm
somebody who
like,
isn't necessarily having
I
kids and
need to
having no
get
intention of raising them. And then that's when Herb came in and he said some things, and then finally got to, well, listen, got people that are just having kids with no intention to raise them, they just don't care. And to me, that's the most truthful answer, is that they just don't care, and there's nothing you can say to make them care. Maybe they got to grow into caring, they got to, whatever it is that they got to go through. But that was the thing. It, like I said, for me, is that you started off with a question, and it just, but again, I've already accepted that I don't have to like how you give an answer.
yeah.
I'm
Ain't
checking
I'm the
myself.
yeah.
I'm
Ain't I'm the
checking
scenario
myself.
guy?
I'm
Ain't
checking
I'm the
myself.
scenario guy? When I came on the scene, ain't I'm known as the scenario guy?
I'm checking myself, Dave. I done said it. I'm checking myself. I'm checking myself. I have to, you don't have to adjust your answers. I gotta adjust how I receive them. It's me. It ain't up to you. It's up to me. So I'm taking my own advice. I'm gonna just check myself about it, and now
Straight,
I know
straight,
what to ask, how
straight
to ask it, and all
scenarios.
of that. Don't worry about it. Once you understand the beast, you can deal. So I don't, nothing has to change except for me, how I deal.
Yeah, if the
So that's
expectation
it.
that when we come into this group chat that we're never going to get any personal feedback, from one person or another, I agree with her. We have to check ourselves, which,
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna be
know,
me
if,
because I
if
feel
that's
like
how this is gonna be, if this is how
No,
this
no,
is
no, no.
going to
See, no.
be,
no, no,
If
no, no,
that's
no, no,
gonna
no,
be,
no, 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 no.
wait,
I'm
wait,
a
wait,
little
it's
wait,
all
elaborate.
wait.
It
good.
just means
Let me
I'm
give
a,
y'all an
no, no,
example. Let me
so
give
that
y'all example. Let me give y'all
we gonna
example.
get some
I,
personal
I had some
information.
guys
Okay.
that participated, they came on, and they was like, they got a lot to say, but they said, I'm just not. I got some views, Dave, but I'm just not ready. I said, all right, whenever you're ready, brother,
Yeah.
come through, whatever. And that's the case, whatever. So you can't say, you may not find all the answers with me and Herb. You may not find it. I'm sorry, you may not find it. It's only
No, let
It's
me tell you.
not.
No, we're
It's
gonna
not so much
get
that, but if you're not going to have
baby,
any input
baby,
whatsoever,
well,
then
see,
baby,
except for
that's
one
what
baby.
gets
Listen to
me
scenario.
me.
going when you say whatsoever. You don't
Right.
have no
Listen
feedback.
to me.
That just means like somebody just invisible, absent, like there's nothing, obsolete, whatever. And I think that's a false statement, whatever. To say
Well,
somebody don't have
outside
no
of this
feedback
whole
whatsoever.
argument about her original question, your only feedback to this entire thing was
Really?
guys who move around, will stay where they find the path of least resistance. And
That was a direct
if that's
response.
what it is, that's fine. I
Watch
ain't
the
hating on
replay.
that,
Watch
like
the
she
replay.
said.
Go back and watch
But if
multiple of these
y'all aren't
shows.
gonna give any feedback, then you know
And here's what I'm gonna say to
we've
that.
answered this question about on a women's perspective. We have given it 20, 30 different ideas as to why a woman would have a baby, all different
And I have
types.
something else to say
And
about
so
that
for
too.
for for you to say maybe just because a man is going to find the path of least resistance, and to find out that you're a dad yourself, like she said, it
But that
ain't
was
none
my
of
path
her
for least
business.
resistance.
And don't think that I'm not mad because you didn't give an answer. I'm just surprised
I didn't
that
have
you
an
didn't
answer
give
for
a
that
more
question.
in-depth
I didn't have
answer.
an answer for that question. So no matter how you want to spin it, whatever, you would have never got that because I wouldn't have
But
said I
none of us
don't have
did
a path for
either,
least
Dave. None
resistance.
of us have the answer to that either, because none of us had.
And we never chastised y'all about any of y'all answers, have we?
But here's what I'm
But you
gonna
didn't
say.
give
We
a
Right.
path.
Now
can't.
that's
But
not
we had a
true.
lot of
I'm
Clearly,
gonna
input
we want to
That is
do
though.
not
apples and
true.
wait a minute.
oranges.
Whoa,
That's
But
whoa,
not
whoa,
true.
whoa, whoa,
it's
whoa.
all
Wait
good.
a minute.
Okay,
We can't get
mad
into.
again,
Here's
huh?
where I'm at.
Get
We can't
mad
get into
again.
a battle of the wills. We can't get into a battle of the wills as far as how each of us gives the answer or how each of us perceives the answer. What we have to do is we have to get to know one another for who we are, and we have to strategize. So no, we're gonna get the answers. We have to we just have to learn how to rephrase those questions. Now, for me, if I do, we'll know if somebody is purposely trying to not answer a question, and I don't think that that's what happened. But sometimes it's not a battle of the wills, it's a battle of the strategy. In order for us to be effective when we communicate with each other, I have to know how Dave communicates. I just have to. I don't have to like it. I don't have to understand it, but I do have to respect it, because that's the only way that I'm going to be able to come up with an effective way for me to come at the situation the next time. I know how I need to situate my question the next time. You know what I'm saying? So it's just I'm gonna find what works until I get from him what I want. And so,
And I'm gonna
it
respond to
just
Mr.
becomes
Gavin's. I'm gonna respond to Gavin's statement because he said, and that's how a woman answers a question. Men answer differently. I need y'all to stop that thing because you can't speak for everybody. I know some men as dumb as a box of rocks, and I know some women as dumb as a box of rocks, and they sound exactly the same. So to say a man answer this way, a woman answer that way, that may or may not be true. So to me, it's that's one of them gray areas. It's not a black or white area for me.
So
Mr.
I have a question. I have a question. I don't know if we addressed this. We may have before, but so do you guys? Okay, so let me tell you a scenario. Okay, so I was seeing this guy, and I thought he was cool. Good people and whatever. It takes me about 7 times to bump my head, unlike Saria. But
we know.
you know,
Hmm.
so
We know.
so we were doing our thing, and after all said and done, later on he was like, "Oh, are you on birth control? Do you have insurance? I'll pay for the plan B?" I said, "Honey, it's too late now. We did what we did, and it's in God's hands. So if it happened, it
Oh
happened.
my.
So so, like, do you guys have that conversation with other guys that you guys should inform each other, hey, just wrap it up no matter
No.
what? Or have the conversation that you guys should ask
But you
women if
did.
they're on birth control before you do the dirty? And,
As
because
a
like I said, I don't have any kids. I've never been married. It's been like I don't know how long, like 9 years since I had a serious relationship, long term relationship. So I have like a little bit different perspective than other people, maybe, than
As a
parents.
as a grown man, whatever, usually you may not even hear about that till after the fact. They may tell you once the situation, yo, dog, damn, old girl, damn, I got old girl pregnant. Like, wow. And you might say, damn, she went on birth control, you ain't used none. Oh man, I got caught out there. And after that, it ain't too much you can freaking say. You can say, so what you plan to do? Or something like that. And they're like, but it's really not too much shit you can say after that.
Right, but I'm
Men
saying
usually
like,
tell their
can't we?
children that.
Huh?
Men usually discuss that issue with their boys, and women do too when they're growing up. It's kind of a moot point to tell a grown man to wrap it up because they still gonna do what they want to do.
But my thing is like, can we change the narrative to being proactive instead of reactive, so guys get that information in their head from their male counterparts before we have to deal with it. Like, I
So
think
Gavin
everybody
says,
is.
Gavin says, I
I think
expect a woman to have responsibility over her choice of birth control. Do you expect that from a man, though, Gavin? I'd like to know if you expect that from a man,
right.
too. Do you expect
I
Gavin,
just
men to
feel like
take
Gavin,
you.
you need to come up on
responsibility?
here. You need to come up
I'm
on here,
asking
man.
a direct question. Yes, he does.
Mhm.
I'm asking a direct question because I agree with you, Gavin. I do respect I also respect a woman that has responsibility over her choice for birth control. I want to know, do you expect for a man to have responsibility over his choice of birth control? Because I would respect a
I
man that does that.
Yeah, I would respect that too. Even if I tell a guy I'm not on birth control and he's like, okay, that's cool, whatever, and then oops happens because he got in the heat of the moment for a second, and then oops, like, I already told you, I already, we already just had that discussion. So I don't think it's all
See,
on the
it's
woman
everybody's
either.
responsibility. It's
Right.
everybody's responsibility. You
It's,
don't
it's
trust
everybody that's
somebody with a
doing it,
major decision like that with
responsibility.
your life. Right. It's both of your
Everybody that's
responsibility.
doing it.
I can tell you I'm on birth control, but if a man don't want a child, he gonna wrap it up. He can say I'm gonna wrap it up and then whatever. I'm not leaving that choice in anybody's hands but my
Correct.
own. I'm not trusting you. So
Correct.
if you tell them you're not on birth control and you let them ride raw, that's on you too, because both of you have that responsibility. Hey, you ain't got a condom. There you go, brother. Take this. Work it out. You know what I'm saying? You don't leave somebody else because that's something major. If you end up pregnant or y'all end up pregnant, that's a lifetime commitment. So I
It is
wouldn't
a
Right.
trust
man.
anybody with that but me.
Well, let me answer that question in two ways. I'm going to answer for myself, and then I'm going to answer for potentially a male's perspective. One, that situation is never going to occur with me. I don't deal with women that can conceive, period. End of. No discussion.
I know
You don't
that's
deal with
right.
women.
That's a great strategy. No,
Now, men do not dick police other men's reproductive ability.
Dick police, dick germs.
If
nor
you
their
want to
own,
go around,
clearly.
Mama,
Nor their own, clearly.
well, and that too. But the thing about it is this: to what Anita is saying is, we try and tell women don't deal with certain men because they're not worthy. All they're looking for is a good time for a short time. This is why I said, and I caught flack for it, that if you want to find out what a man is about, offer him the goods up front, and you will see. But I caught flack.
You caught
This
you
is why
caught
I say
flack
those
for
type of
that
things.
because it's a safety issue. You caught flack for that because that's a
No,
male
hold on,
self-serving. To
Saria. You want me,
you wouldn't. I couldn't tell my daughter to do that. Herb.
Saria,
I couldn't tell my daughter
Saria,
to do that.
Saria. Hold on. You know why? You know why I can disagree with you? Because the female that is to your
You do
left.
have that
Hold on,
perspective.
hold on, Saria. Because the female to your left validated that statement the next week when you weren't on the panel.
I don't have to listen. Just because she agreed with you doesn't make you
I,
right.
I didn't say she agreed with
Because
me.
I'm
I said
talking about
she validated.
whatever that means. Whatever that means for you, because she also validated exactly what I said when I said that it is not only self-serving to men, but it is a safety issue, and that women cannot go around here offering and telling a man, hey, no matter what, I'm giving you some pussy tonight on some testing type stuff, which is exactly what y'all talked about
Right,
last week was the test, was those tests that people like to play. And then nobody like to want to fess up to no test. But that's a test.
right.
No, that's not how I'm going to
But then when
find
you
out
think,
what you want from me. I'm just going to get to know you. I'm not going to offer you up anything. I'm just going to get to know you. I'm going to use the date for what it is because I cannot give that advice to my daughter that, hey, you know, you want to find out how a man feels about you, sweetie, you need to just go ahead and offer the pussy up on the platter, no matter what he does. Like, that
I
makes
never
no
heard that.
sense. No one is saying, no one is advising their daughters to do that. That's not a reasonable thing to advise women to do.
and then when I'm
Hold
seeing somebody and I think we're in a monogamous relationship, and then something like that transpires, and then they just freak out, and like, then I see their true colors. But leading up to that point, everything, I didn't have any idea that he would react that way
React what way? To what?
to the oops. Like, I wasn't pregnant anyway, but I just say the oops. I mean, I wasn't pregnant anyway, but had I been, I mean, what would, I mean, I'm not going to terminate it just because he had a moment of oops,
Well, yeah, that's a fucked up way to
and
look
he
at it.
wasn't
That's
That, hold on,
absolutely
responsible.
sis,
your right and your
sis,
responsibility. You
sis,
absolutely have
sis.
that right. I can't say that I would agree with that, but you definitely have
Right,
that right.
sis.
If you feel like you're not going to terminate, you're a fully grown woman. You're more than capable of taking care of a child. So if that's your choice, it's a choice you made. But that's not just,
Right.
listen, thinking you in a
But I'm
monogamous
saying,
relationship.
No, sis.
Go ahead, guys.
but like,
No.
at what
No,
point can
sis.
you trust it? Like, you
No, you
trust it,
can
like, you're
never trust it.
married.
You have to.
Hold on. Hold on, but like, you're married. I forgot your name. I'm sorry.
Tiffany.
Scorpion.
Mhm.
Tiffany. Oh yeah. Okay, Tiffany. So you are married. So obviously you had that much trust in your relationship before you got married to get married, right? So at what point can we establish that sort of trust? I know this is probably a
Well,
different topic for a different day, but it just like baffles me that guys after the fact, then they think, oh, I don't want her to be pregnant, and you know I want to pay for the plan B pill for her and all this that. And when society should be educating everybody, I mean, I've been doing
But
stupid
I'm
things
going to
shouldn't
too.
answer
that
that
be
question
shouldn't
like
that
this.
topic be
Mm.
discussed before
If
you
you
lay down with
I
somebody?
said,
I don't understand how any woman would lay down with a man without knowing.
I
Especially
would
when
say
you're
this.
the one that's going to carry that baby. Even though
Yeah.
it's y'all's baby, you're the one that's either going to carry that baby or terminate that life. And especially in this day and age, I don't give a damn, and I'm 55. And I can't have children anymore, but when I could, there's just no way on God's green earth that me and another grown ass person would not have a conversation about what his expectation is, what my expectation is. And if if we can't agree on that,
It ain't going down.
there is definitely
Well, I'm
other
gonna
ways
answer
Well,
this
there to
question
be.
like
well,
this. Remember,
right.
I said earlier in this program that when I had my children, I was on birth control. I was taking the
Mhm.
responsibility. I just happened to be one of them 1%ers. And I love my children.
Mhm.
Thank God they're here. With that being said, I don't trust anybody. I can't stress this enough. What a decision like that. If my husband and I wanted to have kids, that would have been a conversation we would have had before we became husband and wife. Or if we don't want to have kids,
Right.
that's a
I'm
conversation to
just
be had
saying.
Mhm.
long before you
It
say there ain't
it
no
just,
oopses, there
yeah.
ain't no accidents, there is none of that because I'm
Yeah.
not going to trust you to guide the rest of my life
Hell
because I want to have
Right.
2 hours of something good. Forget that. Them 2 hours
Right,
don't
or
outweigh the
5
rest of your
seconds.
life.
2 hours.
She
And
said
my
two
here's
5
hours.
my
seconds.
point.
2 hours.
Here's
But
my
My
thing.
but
God.
from
Here's
my
my thing. I get
from
your
my
question.
perspective, it's all a learning experience. Like, I'm not perfect, so I have to learn by examples and listening to people that have been through some things themselves, and while I have to go through things myself too. So, it's like
See, you don't
hindsight
gotta
is
go. My
2020.
argument with you, Anita, is that you don't have to go through everything. You can listen and watch some cautionary tales. We already know you need to
Yeah,
bump your head about 7 times. But here's what I'm gonna
now that
say.
I'm a
I
little
understand.
wiser.
Right. I understand your question. I understand that your question is why would he wait until afterwards to bring it up? But here's the thing, he's not the only one that's responsible for having that conversation. And that's what everybody else is trying to say,
Right.
that you cannot trust that he's
No,
going to have the sense enough to bring it up. They do that because, like Herb said, or like it's alluded to, they're trying to get in the pussy. Okay. And so that's the last thing that they're thinking of. And most people believe that if they talk about that, it's gonna mess up the mood and all of that stuff. For me, it's gonna mess up the mood when somebody says oops. That's the damn thing that messes up the mood. Because see, I want to reminisce about the shit after it's over. You understand what
Right?
I'm saying? I want for it to be over.
yeah,
I want for them to leave, and I want to be able to parlay and just reminisce on how
Right?
great it was and all of that. But so the moment's ruined as soon as a oops can happen. So I need to
right.
preempt
But
all
if
of
you
that.
even if you have that
Well, I
But
tell
conversation
she
you what,
said,
prior,
I tell
even
you
if we
what, if
have
I
that
didn't want no
conversation
kids,
prior,
I tell you what, if I
and
didn't want no kids and there was an oops, guess whose doorstep that baby getting dropped off on? Here you go, Dad. Have a good life. 'Cause I'm out.
but
You're
You
saying
even
having
if
already
that
the
did this, so
conversation
conversation
you
and
does
don't
what,
have to.
Anita?
transpire before the oops, even if even if that conversation does transpire before the oops, and he says, you both have the same, come up with the same end result, perspective, whatever, and then the oops happens, and then he totally does like a 180 and changes his mind about his perspective.
That's that crapshoot
Because
right
it
there.
Anyway,
was a
Because
I would just
just
hypothetical
because you're
situation.
on birth control, let me ask this question. Just because you're on birth control, does that mean that he's allowed to go in raw? Like, because if he's taking care of his part of the birth control, which is the condom, and you're taking care of yours, and then you guys have the conversation before anything transpires, and the conversation comes up, well, I don't like wearing condoms, and you say I need you to, and he said, well, I'm not going to. Like, there needs to be a meet. When you say a meeting of the
well, that's a
minds,
little
that means
different.
that some action has to be taken. That means that some action is supposed to be agreed upon as to how not to make it happen if we don't want to have kids. So when you say, and then a oops happened, why is a oops even happening if we've had this conversation? Now that just falls into, you done caught you some irresponsible something. But if he's wearing a condom and you enforce that, because you have the right to say you can't
Right.
you can't run up in me without wearing a condom. Now, if you find
But
yourself on the
sometimes
side
they
of
get stuck up
agreeing that you
inside
want it
you.
raw, and sometimes
oh
it do, but not
hell.
all the time.
I'm just
How old
Sometimes
saying.
it
are
do,
we?
but not
How
all the
old are we?
time. Like, come on. Yeah, how old are
And
we? Come on. Put a condom
No,
on
not all the
correctly.
time.
Like, that's a
No.
problem. That's
I'm
that's a
just saying, like, that,
problem.
okay,
right. No,
look,
I'm just saying, like,
look.
go ahead.
It I guess I'm probably the perfect example about all this. Before you got on, I talked about the birth of my last son and how, that happened. And there was a conversation. And I was never promised marriage or any of that. That was just a hope, wish, and a prayer that I had in my mind. And when I got pregnant and I had my son, and he decided he wasn't going to get married, I don't get, just because he backtracked on what I thought he was gonna say doesn't mean that I get to backtrack on what I said. If
Mhm.
I had a discussion that if I have this baby, you're gonna marry me, and he decides I'm not gonna marry you, that doesn't mean that I just suddenly don't get to be a parent anymore.
Mhm.
If if you have a discussion with a man, what are we going to do if we get pregnant? And he says, I'm cool with it. And then you say, okay, well, I'm cool with it. And then you get pregnant and he ain't cool with it. Then,
that's the crap
you know,
shoot.
I said when we first started talking about this, you have one option to avoid pregnancy, and that's abstinence.
Right.
Fuck wrapping it up, fuck birth control pill, because she's already made it clear that that shit don't work. You've made it clear that a condom don't all the time work. So if you don't want to have
Hey,
no
listen,
kids,
I'll be the spokesperson for yes, birth control does work. So
no, but
we
she
got
said
all
that
perspectives because
right,
I'm on birth control
me
and
too.
I'm a sexually active woman.
Me too.
And I
You know,
ain't
we
had
are
no
the only
mistakes,
animals
no
that have
oopses,
sex for
Okay,
no
in
pleasure.
fairness
nothing.
to me, not
We're the
everybody
only
is a
ones
one
that do
percenter.
that. Every
I'm just
other
a one
animal on the
percenter.
Absolutely, that's what I'm
face
saying.
of this
It's
earth.
just different perspectives. That's what I'm saying. You were the
Oh, yes,
one,
ma'am.
the perspective of the 1%er, and I'm the perspective of the person that okay, it does work for it. You know,
It worked for
you
me.
know, so but it's all a crapshoot. It's all a
Yeah.
So,
crapshoot.
I want to point something out to
so
you ladies. Hey, ladies, I want to point something out. You notice how all the men are really, really quiet? It's because Anita kind of proved their point. They take the path of least resistance. If they was looking for somebody to knock boots with, you'd be the person on the panel because for them, you're green. And knowing that you're green, they can approach you a little bit differently. So you have to kind of educate yourself, and we're helping you. We're going to help you because
Well,
we're the people. But I'm just saying that
one of
statement
the
right
things,
there just brought it back.
Well,
one of the
you
things
know, I'm
is,
just saying from life experience
Wait a
now,
minute, Anita.
from
I
life
want to hear what. Wait
experience.
a minute, David. What are you about to say?
so one of the things when you're talking about this conception and all this stuff, like, oh, I'm cool with it, I'm cool with it. When does this transpire? Is this happening before or after the accident happened? And you say, oh, now I'm about to have, I might get pregnant. Oh, I'm cool with it. When is this happening? Is he saying this before that? I'm cool with it. Shit, obviously he gonna say cool with it when he trying to get that, trying to get to work. But
That part.
after the
They'll
First
fact,
of
agree to
all,
whatever,
anything. They'll agree to anything when
yeah.
they trying to get when they about to get in. They look. They
And that's
about to
that path.
close the
That's
deal.
that path of least resistance David was talking
Yep.
about right
They
there.
about to they about
Yeah.
to they about to close the deal. Okay, yeah, because if they about to close the deal, you bring up, hey, what you gonna do if I get pregnant? Of course, they're gonna tell you the thing that's gonna
Well,
allow them to slip in.
no,
yeah,
not
But
in
you
the heat
have
of
to
the
be,
moment.
yes, baby, in the heat of the moment.
baby, in
No,
the
I'm
heat of
in
saying
the
that's
the
not when
heat
you
of the
have the
moment.
conversation. I'm
Well,
right.
saying that's
no,
not
So
she's
now I
the.
guess
having
what
that
I
before
need
the.
to ask you is, are you? Do you not use condoms? That's my question because there's a oops. How was there an oops?
When I'm in a monogamous relationship, seeing somebody, just me and him,
I thought you
not
said you saw somebody
necessarily.
last week. Wait a minute, did I misunderstand?
I'm
You
not
said
I'm
you
yeah,
not
saw somebody.
talking about recently. I'm
yeah.
talking about like an example of
Man,
what,
once somebody lick
what
Anita
happened
toes or
before.
whatever, never
Listen,
mind.
I mean, I'm
don't
not
wrap it up.
saying I'm that easy. I'm saying, like, if I have a discussion and I'm in a monogamous relationship seeing somebody,
Okay.
obviously, not necessarily we're gonna use condoms all the time.
But then
Well,
there's
I
a
mean,
chance
for
that you
me,
might end up
then
getting
there's
pregnant. And so
Right,
even if
but
you're in a
we
yeah.
monogamous relationship, if you're not trying, if you don't want to get pregnant, you have one option: abstinence.
no, I
And just be
understand that. I'm saying, like, if we had the conversation prior and then after the oops happened, then he like tripped out, like
That's the chance
got
that we
all
all take. I mean,
this
crazy.
is
there's
exact, and
we
this
can't
is when
even
I
we
go back
Right.
to what he said: know your personnel, because
Mhm.
Well,
yeah.
here's the answer
know
to
your
that
damn
question.
personnel.
The answer to that
But I'm just
question
saying
is
we need to
when
have
it's an
more conversations.
imaginary situation, yes, it's good. But now that it's concrete, it's a real situation. So
Right.
now what was hypothetical is now concrete. That's a whole nother thing.
Mhm.
That's the freak
Right.
out.
And I
Yeah, I
think
didn't agree
even
to
though,
anything that I couldn't deal with on my own. And I
There
think
you
that that's the
go.
lesson that I got from that. That
There you go.
if I was gonna enter into anything, then I was prepared that and
You
that's
could do
just
it
in
by your
case.
damn
Not
self.
saying that it was gonna happen, but I believe that it's just like car insurance. You pay your car insurance every month just in case something happens. So I believe that in relationships, you need to have some type of insurance for yourself, whatever that is. So for me, if, like you said, you have that conversation and you guys come to what you feel is an agreement and you're in a monogamous relationship, you already know right now, because we're telling you that that's still a crapshoot, because you're still getting to know, because we don't know how long you've been in this monogamous relationship. We don't know if you think you in a monogamous relationship, but he cheating. We don't know what that means. We just know
right,
that what we all believe that a monogamous relationship is that you two have come to an agreement that you're only going to be with each other. And now you're talking about the decision
hmm,
to have a kid. Whatever that decision is, you need to still, in your heart, in your mind,
Be
be
prepared to do it by
prepared and
yourself.
ready to not do anything that you won't be able to take care of yourself, just in the event
right.
that you
And
have to.
right. And I've always told somebody that, hey, if it happens, I'm good. You
See,
must
and
be a
that's, but see,
shitbag
for me,
father,
I
you
think
know.
you need to stop telling people that if it happens, you're good. I
No,
think that you need
I'm
to have a
saying like
real
if it
conversation about whether you want to have a kid or not. And if the answer is, I don't want to have a kid, then the answer is not, hey, if it happens, I'm good. The agreement is, I don't want to have
well,
a
hold
kid,
on.
because if it happens, it happens. Sounds like you can come up in me and we're going to take our chances. I mean,
No,
that's what it
I'm
sounds
not
like.
saying that. I'm saying after the fact. If he's like, well, I don't want it, whatever, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, you were half responsible too, just like me. So if you don't want it, I'm whatever, kick rocks. I'm, I'm gonna be still a mom. But I'm
But
saying this
putting
is how
yourself in
some of
that
these raggedy.
situation, putting yourself in that situation, um not, if you don't want to have kids and you happen to get pregnant and you say, okay, I'm good, that could have, what she's saying is all that could be prevented, period. All of that could be prevented so that you never have to tell anybody I'm good. I agree with her.
Mhm.
I never entered into a pregnancy not knowing that I couldn't do it by myself. Did I want to do it by myself? No. But I was fully
Right, that's what I'm
qualified and
saying.
financially ready to raise my children by myself, which I did. I didn't want to, but I did. But if I didn't want to have kids, I would have saw to it that that never happened, because
And that's I agree with
it's just
you,
not
and
necessary.
that's what I'm saying, and that goes back to the male counterpart of being a raggedy ass man and not wanting to parent.
Well, but see, that takes
So,
me directly back to what Herb was saying about men who get women pregnant, and they shouldn't, them not having to pay child support because they never wanted the kid anyway. If you know for a fact that a man does not want to have any children, period, under any circumstance, I just don't understand for the life of me why you would sleep with him, because, like this comment down here, when
Raw,
you lay
yeah.
down, there's always a chance that you might make a baby, even if it's just for one night. Every time you open up your legs, there is a chance that you might get pregnant. And if that's not what you want, again, I keep saying humans are the only animals that have sex for pleasure. Everybody
Now,
else
monkeys
does it
do.
to procreate.
Monkeys
And
have sex
so,
for
I
pleasure, and penguins
who?
too.
agree.
Who?
Monkeys and penguins.
I
No, I
Okay,
watch
Mr.
National
Gabby.
Geographic. I watch National Geographic. So yeah, and whales as well.
Try to think
Whales
about the
and dolphins
monkeys.
like
So I wanna ask a
touching.
question.
Listen,
I'd like
we
to
I
ask a
agree, but
question.
I'm just
Gavin responded in the comments and said, Tiffany, you're wrong. I would really like to know what he is speaking of.
And
So
you
Gavin,
probably
if you're
wouldn't,
still on there,
Tiffany.
elaborate a little bit. Thank you.
elaborate on what? That's
But
don't
you
know,
just
know,
like
I
a
don't
white
know if we gonna
trash, you
get to
know.
that. We about to close this out. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow but heal. I'm
I
just
gotta
saying
go to
we
work.
need to probably have more mentoring with our young people and instead of us people learning from our mistakes like me
I can respond to
from
that.
different situations.
I can respond to that with one simple statement that's going to draw some groans and moans. Give that child to his father.
Yeah. If you could find them. If you could find them. But the
I don't
thing is,
understand that. I
baby,
don't
you gotta
understand that answer. What do you mean by that? Give the
I
kid to his
don't
father.
either.
She wants men to be more responsible with their with essentially with their wand when it comes to impregnating women. Women don't teach most women don't teach the young boys about that because they don't have to bear the brunt if
well,
a
shouldn't
girl
the
gets
fathers?
pregnant. Usually it's her family.
But shouldn't the
So if a
fathers
woman
be
gets
teaching
Mhm.
them
pregnant,
that?
she should just give the baby to the dad.
That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that if women want men to teach other men about sexual responsibility, then that child needs to be given to, if it's a boy, he needs to be given to the father.
And if it's a girl, he doesn't need
Oh,
to have her.
who better to teach her than the mother?
Listen, I
So
taught
let
my
me
sons
ask this
about
question. Why can't, so let me ask
That's
this
a
question.
whole
Why can't
other
the
2 hour
father, wait
conversation.
a minute,
Table that.
why can't the
Table that.
father, why
Table
can't the
that. You gotta
father
table
say
that.
that even though the, like, why do
Gonna have
they
to
have to be
table
giving
this
the
one.
kid? Why can't the father still teach that to the child? I'm not understanding the whole concept of give the child to the father. I mean that could be a perspective, but why can't the father still instill that in his son, even with, you know, and have that relationship with his son? That's not the only, you know, that's something that fathers should be doing, period, whether they have custody of their kid or not, right? Like the father, if we want men to teach men, men need to teach their sons. And that's not dependent on whether
Right.
you live in the house. You can do that on the phone call when you spend time with your
Well, let me
son,
say
when
this.
you get to
Let
son.
me say
Like,
this. Let me say this. As a father, those conversations go on throughout. You talk about that throughout progression, throughout like
okay, so then you
about this stuff,
definitely
right?
have a perspective of where it goes wrong. If you're having that
Yeah.
conversation, then there's a because mothers are having conversations with their daughters too. But somewhere
and
it's
their
getting
sons.
Out
and their
there,
sons,
like,
yes, and their
yeah.
sons. But it's, you know, if men are having that conversation with their sons, then where is that going wrong? Are we in agreement that they just letting the heat of the moment, just everything you tell them
I
is
think.
just gone in
Well,
one ear and out the
Well, I
other
think
once
it's a
they
failure on both
balls get
parts.
blown
On both
on. Like,
parts.
well, yeah,
There
we
you
know
go.
that it's the
There
girls,
you
because I
go.
told my daughter.
There you
That's
go.
exactly what I told my daughter. I
I
said I
agree
used to
with that.
role play with my
But
daughter
but
because,
it
and I
doesn't
told
matter
her,
all
the
that talking. All that talking,
it
you can say
doesn't,
that. But
it
when two
doesn't.
people
I
get
told
together and that chemistry going,
right,
shit
but here's
happens.
the
And
thing. Here's the thing.
Hey,
I would rather have told them the information and
what
they
people have to
ignored
come
it
to
than
realize
to
is
not
this.
have the information. Because I used to
What you have to
role play
realize
with my
is this.
daughter.
When your kids become a certain age, I don't give a shit what you told them.
That part.
They're gonna do what the hell they
Yes,
want to.
That
And
that's what
part.
I'm
especially
trying
when
to
they
say.
horny,
Seems
you can
like
probably give me
When I
sign a
talked,
blank
when I
check
spoke
if
to
you
my
want it.
daughter,
So
when I was
you
trying
You
to
don't
tell
know.
my
haven't
daughter
signed a
about
blank
sex,
check, honey.
I told
But
her
you
that the only thing I could do is explain it to her. I said that the reason I was talking to her the way that I was and role playing with her was because I don't have no control over when a guy lick you on your ear for the first time.
okay, thank you.
Your senses is gonna go away. The first time a dude
right,
lick you right here, you're gonna
Yeah.
lose your fucking mind. I told my daughter, I said, and I can't prepare you for that because that's what
Woo,
that I said, but
just saying Moses.
all I can do is just give you the information that I know and hope that somewhere in there, because I know you're gonna get to an age where the hormones are gonna take over. Like I said, that lick on that ear, or oh my God, right here on the neck, right here. Oh my God, it's
So,
you
so,
lose your mind.
so,
So
so let's be realistic.
because I understood.
So let's be realistic. Only thing we can say is we can put stuff out there and we can try to educate them to our best of our abilities, but we never know what the hell's going to happen because there's always other people that may have influences, whether they're in a relationship, men and women, boy and girl, whatever. He may have influence over her, or she may have influence over him. Whether they just hanging out with their friends and they do something stupid. Only thing you can do is put it out there. And other than
And
that,
that's the
we
thing.
don't
You
know.
gotta put it
We
out
don't
there.
know. We
You
don't know.
gotta
When it
put it
comes
out
to
there.
sex, there's only two people in that room. The two people that's engaging in it for the most part. So you can
Oh,
teach your sons and you can teach your
Girl,
daughters. When
right
they
here,
become
right
adults,
here.
they are
Oh,
definitely going to do what they want to do. That's for sure.
listen,
They get this feeling. This
we about to
room.
get the hell out of here. Y'all can have y'all closing comments and write some of these notes down, and then we can pick this up. If y'all still not mad at me, I don't care.
whatever,
Anyway,
boy.
one
Ain't
way or
nobody,
the
Like,
you
other.
do care. That's why you brought it
Whatever.
up. Ain't nobody
Praise
mad.
Whatever.
Ain't nobody being mad at you. You do care. That's why you said something. Get out of here.
Uh, I love y'all all. Anybody want to start off? Closing point. Let's wrap this up.
No
You know
Rebecca,
hate.
what I Well,
sweetheart.
you know what I say all the time is that, you gotta, as we saw here, sometimes you have to check yourself more than you check other people because you can't change or control anybody but you. And so I'll add to that by saying sometimes you have to understand when, you have to turn the battle of the wills into a battle of strategies. And just, it's all about effective communication. So that's what I got.
Much appreciation.
Oh, and
Who's
I just got
next?
the link to my book too in the comment section. Please support a sister,
I,
help us out.
I don't got no problem with
Um,
that. I ain't one of them ones say, don't drop that, don't promote on here, don't promote on here. I don't give a damn. Get yours.
um, I will always say the two of y'all just get on my last fucking nerves. I love you both. Um, it always amazes me how the opinions between men and women are just so far apart, even in this day and age we're still this far apart. And I'm so grateful for the conversations and the topics. um there are times when I think y'all be on here bullshitting, because I just do. I'm just saying, because I just feel like y'all sit back and listen to the women talk, and y'all just sit back and sip and trip, and and it's cool. Again, I love you both, but you do just grate on me like a really bad callus.
Oh wow. Oh
But
wow.
I'll be back next week. I really enjoy listening to the women talk, and I really wish y'all would come with a little more, because I'm just getting to meet you and getting to know you, but I know you're not dumb. This one over here, I've known him for a long time, and he still brings good stuff to the table. I just wish y'all put a little more into it, and that may or may not happen. I know it's not always the topic that you can speak about personally, but again, he's not a dad, and the first thing he said is give the kid to the dad. He ain't no dad. He don't know shit about that and how it's gonna jump off. But again, he said it. He opened up his mouth, and he said something and set off another shitstorm like he always does. Um, but I love y'all, and I appreciate the conversation. I hope it continues on, because I'm like her. You can't run me off that damn quickly.
I know y'all wasn't going nowhere.
No, we ain't going nowhere,
Right.
but
Ain't
I
nobody
hope
going
that
nowhere.
what I do hope is that the two of you really do, especially from the four of us, the three of us, take what we say to heart. We ain't trying to be all up in your business, but it would be really nice to hear something more than a statistic, but a real male perspective on some of this stuff. Even if you are talking about women, it would still be nice to hear about men. I'm assuming the two of y'all are really good men. And I don't even hear y'all speaking on what it's like to be a good black man. And I would like to hear that. And so
And that
we're not dogging y'all. Otherwise, we would just leave and never come back. But it would just be nice to hear y'all chatter on for a while about what it's like to be a black man or just a man, period, in any given topic that you have on here. So, it's whatever. I'm gonna talk
gotcha.
bad about him tomorrow.
Hey, yeah, you know what? The thing is, I haven't adopted this alias as the controversial counselor for no reason. I'm for it. Bring the smoke.
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
You know me, growth and understanding the curse in the gray area.
Don't
Godspeed.
nobody
See
want.
you next time.
Anita.
I think she
I
might
want
be
to hear about.
things.
I don't want to hear about sucking toes and all that. Oh,
You
okay.
didn't
Oh
add
my
me
God.
back.
Let's say this.
Oh my God,
I
I'm not
think you
even
guys should do
talking
this
about
twice a week.
that. Yeah.
I got some whipped
No,
cream,
I'm
though.
just,
I'm only a short bike ride from your house.
you're what? You're bringing me something to eat. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
I got some whipped cream and some fish.
Anyway.
Wait a minute, Josh, get mixed the fish, just some whipped cream.
All right now.
Oh
Okay.
Oh
my
my
God.
God.
All
One in
right
the
Okay.
now.
AM, and it's the kind of shit that happens.
Yeah.
1 in the
All right
AM.
Yeah.
now.
I got
One
nothing
in
to
the
do all night.
Anyways,
Whipped cream.
anyways, well, I got to sleep. I got to get my beauty sleep because I don't feel good because my heart is bad. Anyways, I was just saying, instead of, I mean, I know, ladies, that we need to be responsible over our own body, but what I'm also saying is that also men are there too, and they should, or society, or we should make it normalized to teach them how to be that other half of the problem or the situation, I'll say. Because I think that's part of the contributing factor about how we have parents that have kids and don't want to have kids, because it's normalized now in our climate culture.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got to say.
All right.
So,
We're taking
so
notes.
anyway,
Taking notes.
oh, also, like, I don't want to feel embarrassed because I'm telling you guys my personal situations from life. I'm just put stuff out there because I want to learn from other people's experience and other people's perspective.
Respect that. And we
You
don't take
so
that
if we
with.
put that book, if John from San Antonio can take it, we all good.
Yeah, we're not
No,
judging you
I'm just,
here. You're not
yeah,
being
I'm just
judged.
saying, like don't be mean, don't judge.
We're
Oh,
not
no,
judging
no,
you.
never that. Never that.
And I'm
Ain't
not
none of
mad
us
at you,
perfect
David.
on here.
Listen,
Mm-hmm.
we all judging. I love you. And so I'm gonna tell you the truth. And it's gonna sound like a judgment sometimes because a lot of times we don't want to hear a truth that doesn't sound pretty. But I love you too much and you're asking for a perspective. So you gotta be
Right.
open to the answers that come. Some of the answers to the questions that you ask aren't gonna be able to be rose
Sugar
butted
coated.
up
I
is
get
what
it.
I'm saying. But that doesn't give anybody the right to be mean or nasty to you. And I hope that you don't ever get that perspective. But you can't say, I'm gonna come to you with questions and I want you to give me answers, but hey, don't judge me. No, you
No,
gotta go
that's,
through the storm. You gotta take the
I'm
good with the
saying don't
bad
make
because that's how you learn.
I'm saying just don't make me feel embarrassed or anybody else feel like embarrassed that they're talking about a situation that they've been through. That's all.
It's all
We're gonna
love. It's
try
all
not to
love.
make you
Yeah.
feel embarrassed. We're absolutely gonna. We don't. That's not the goal. That's not at all.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, not just for me, just in general. I'm just saying. I still have a lot of learning and growing to do, like everybody else, and I need to learn from my mistakes just like everybody else has. So,
Yes, ma'am.
And our
All right.
mistakes are
yeah.
embarrassing.
Mhm.
So
Scorpio T and hubby.
I think y'all should do this twice a week. I like this.
we do it on Wednesday and Thursday, but it's not this long. The Thursday session is not this long. It's usually only hours. So. This didn't used to be that long, but now it's like, damn. If I had to go to work, I might as well just get up and wash my face, brush my teeth, and go to work from here.
Well, we never expect the things to run as long as they do to begin with.
True.
Yeah,
So
true.
And so as always, I'm going to say I'm glad that this platform is here. It's effective, especially when it's open and direct. It's just effective. Some things need to be discussed. Some things definitely need to have an understanding given. So my last comment, as I told y'all before, is going to always be to thine own self be true. You can lie to everybody else, but please don't lie to yourself.
All right. And for me, whatever, it's all good, whatever. Like, and that's the thing. Y'all came from me, and I appreciate that. And y'all found out something different today. So all of it is education, learning, and us just growing together and to break out of our comfort zone. So for my situation, certain things, I'm gonna always feed y'all with a little wooden spoon here and there, but it doesn't. Not every question is going to be answered with full details. And I know sometimes y'all may feel like, okay, we put these questions out here and y'all think like, okay, y'all only getting me and her's perspective. But again, some of them like the one. I was looking at it. Why have children if you don't plan on raising them? We never said man or women. It was just that question. But as a woman, you're going to speak on your perspective. We're going to answer stuff differently. It's going to be a different response, unfortunately. But I learned something from this. So now I know I need to elaborate a little more. And I'm going to give y'all some smoke from here on out. Y'all want it? Now
Hey,
y'all
we
about
ain't
to
telling
get it.
you. We all know we
Right.
You've been getting
I'm giving my reflection. Why y'all want to argue on my closing statement? I ain't arguing on your closing statement.
In your
It's all
closing
good.
How you gonna
No
talk
matter
to us
what.
and then get shocked that we come back at you?
Talking to parents up in here. Ain't nobody.
You was doing just fine. Then you came.
All right. I kind of set the fire, set the torch for next time. But again, drop your talking points. We always say we started off with 5 or 6, and now we're down to 3. I think we got to 2 today. So drop your talking points. We'll talk about it, and we'll know what the hell gonna come out of these conversations. We really don't. You really don't.
right.
So everybody, stay safe. I appreciate you all, and no matter what, we're family, whatever. So we can be mad at each other right now, and then throughout the week we'll forget about it, and then Monday we act like this shit never happened, and we'll just keep pushing forward,
Dave
whatever.
always want to tell
I
somebody
ain't
to
gonna
get the fuck
forget.
out of Dodge. If we got out of Dodge, we ain't got no more fun. So get out of
Yeah.
here. We staying in Dodge, which is
So all right, I'm gonna talk to y'all soon.
y'all be safe, man.
Bye.
Stay tuned for the post for
You're on.
Thursday segment, the shorter
Love
segment.
y'all.
All right, love y'all too.
Take care.
Y'all be good.